France fought Hitler, did not fight very hard. Portugal, there's a lot of stories of Portugal. And there is Winston motherfucking Churchill. He's one of the rare humans in history who had that we shall fight on the beaches. It made no sense. Hitler did not say he's going to destroy Britain. He seemed to show respect for Britain. He wanted to keep the British Empire. It made total sense. It was obvious that Britain was going to lose if Hitler was all in on Britain. It seemed like he was going to. And yet Winston Churchill said, big F you. Similar thing, Zelensky and the Ukrainian people said F you in the same kind of way.
So I think I saying the same thing. I'm being more clinical about it.
Well, I'm trying to understand. We won't know that which path minimizes human suffering.
Well, on the eve of the war, Ukraine was poorer per person terms than it was in 1990. The economy was completely stagnated. And Russia, meanwhile, like many other parts of the region, was booming. To a degree, and certainly because of oil and gas, but also for a variety of other reasons, of Putin's consolidated political control. And from a very cold-blooded and calculated point of view, I think one way Putin and Russia could look at this is, look, we were temporarily weak after the fall of the Ukraine. And the West basically took advantage of that, like, bravo, you pulled it off, you basically prepped democracy and capitalism, all these things were on the core border. And now we have regained some of our consolidated political control, we've held our people, we have the economy, and we somehow got Germany and other European nations to give up energy independence and actually just, we've got an enormous amount of leverage over you. And now we want to roll back some of your success because we're powerful enough to demand it. And you've been taking advantage of the situation. This may be a fair, impartial analysis. And in the West, but more specifically, you can say that that's a price too high, which I totally respect. Maybe I'd like to think I'd make that same decision, but that's the answer. And the answer is why is it so possible? Why not come to deal? It's because they weren't willing to give Russia the thing that their power said they couldn't deserve. Just like Americans said to Britain, yeah, of course, we ought to accept semi-sovereignty. But we refuse. And we'd rather endure a bloody fight that we might lose than take this. And so you need some of these other five buckets. You need them to understand this. You need to sort of, there are other things going on, but I do think it's fundamental that this is noble and transigent. It's like a big part of it.
Well, let me just say a few things, if it's okay.
Yep.
So your analysis is clear and objective. My analysis is neither clear nor objective. First, I've been going through a lot. I'm a different man over the past 4 or 5 weeks than I was before. I, in general, have come to, there's anger. I've come to despise leaders in general. Because leaders wage war and people pay the price. Let me just say on this point of standing up to an invader that I am half Ukrainian and half Russian, and I'm proud of the Ukrainian people. Whatever the sacrifice is, whatever the scale of things, standing up, there's something in me that's proud. Maybe that's whatever the fuck that is. Maybe that blood runs in me. I love the Ukrainian people, I love the Russian people. And whatever that fight is, whatever that suffering is, the millions of refugees, whatever this war is, the dictators come to power and their power falls. I just love that spirit burns bright still. And I do, maybe I'm wrong in this, do see Ukrainian and Russian people as one people in a way that's not just cultural, geopolitical, just given the history. I think about the same kind of fighting when Hitler, with all of his forces, chose to invade the Soviet Union, Operation Barbarossa. And he went, and that Russian leader, and a lot of people, and that pisses me off, because if you know your history, it's not the winter that's not Hitler, it's the Red Army, it's people that refuse to back down. They fought proudly. That pride, that's something. That's the human spirit. That's in war. War is hell, but it really pushes people to stand for the things they believe in. It's the William Wallace speech we go about. I think about this a lot. That does not fit.
No, I disagree. I think it totally fits in. There's nothing irrational about what we believe, especially those principles which people the most fear. Right? I'm really trying to say that there's a calculus, there's one calculus over here that says Russia's more powerful than it was 10 years ago and 10 years ago, and Ukraine is not. And it's asking for something. And there's an incentive to give that up. That's obvious. But there's an incentive to give that up. But my understanding is many of these post-Soviet republics have appeased, right, which is what we call compromising and disagree. They've, all of these other people in the Russian sphere of influence have notched it up. And many Russians have tried to stand up, and we couldn't. And now, we'll see, but people have not been standing up. And so, lots of people are cowed, and lots of people have abused, and lots of people hear that speech and think, I would like to do that, but don't. And so, my point is that, sadly, we live in a world where a lot of people get stepped on by tyrants and empire, and we don't rise up. And so I think we could admire, especially when they stand up for these reasons, and I think we can admire Churchill for that reason. I think that's why we admire the leaders of the American Revolution and so on. But it doesn't always happen. I don't actually know why. But I don't think it's irrational. I think it's something about a set of values, and it's hard to predict. And it was hard for, I think people may not have been out of line, thinking just like everybody else in my field.
And I should mention, because we have them, that a lot of this calculation, from an objective point of view, we have to include the United States and NATO into the pressure they apply. And that said, I care little about leaders that do cool things on the way. They lead to a lot of suffering, but I still believe that the Russian people and the Ukrainian people are great people that stand up, and I admire people that stand up and are willing to give their life. And I think Russian people are very much that too, especially when the enemy is coming for your home over the hill. Yeah. Sometimes standing up when not the entering regime is difficult because you don't know. It's not a monster that's attacking your home directly. It's kind of like the boiling of slow control of the mind and the population. And our minds get controlled in the West by the media, by the narratives. It's very difficult to wake up one day and to realize sort of what people call red pill. To see that they're, maybe the thing I've been told all my life is not true. And at every level. It's been very difficult in North Korea. Very, with more authoritarian regime, maybe this I good that I believe that I was willing to die for that. It's very difficult to do for Americans, for Russians, for Koreans, for Chinese, Indians, Pakistanis, for everybody.
I think thinking about this Ukrainian, whether you want to call it ability or transition or whatever, is key. I think the authoritarianness of Russia and Putin's control or the control of his cabal is the other thing I would really point to is what's going on here. And if you ask me like big picture, what do I think is the fundamental cause of mental for the vote. I think it's unaccountable power. I think that, in fact, for me, an unaccountable power is the source of development. It's the source of human suffering. It's the source of warfare. It's basically the root source of most of our problems. In this particular case, it's also one of our puppets in the sense that what is it why did Russia ask these things? Well, was democracy in Ukraine a threat to an average Russian? No. Was capitalism, was NATO, was whatever, is this a threat to average Russians? No, it's a threat to the apparatus of political control and economic control that Putin and cronies and the sort of group of people that rule this elite in Russia. It was a threat to them. And so they had to ask Ukraine to be neutral or to give up NATO or to have a puppet government or whatever they were seeking to achieve and have been trying to achieve through other means for decades, right? They've been trying to undermine these things without invasion. And they've been doing that because it's a threat. And that's like one of these other lessons. It's not just that there's something that values in us that's going to ginger the top, it's that there are people, not only who is this oligarchy, whatever elite group that's in Russia, not certainly not bearing it, but they're bearing some costs. Right? They're certainly bearing costs. But they don't bear all the costs. They're quick to use. But more importantly, like, in some sense, I think there's a strong argument that they have a political incentive to invade, or at least to ask Ukraine is sort of impossible to do that thing, and then invade despite Ukrainian ability and transigence because they were threatened. And so that's extremely important. And so that those two things in concert make this a very fragile situation. This is why we end up, well, not all the way, but a long way. Then you could layer on to that these intangible things, these other things that are valued on Putin's side. Maybe there's a national ideal. Maybe he seeks status in the world. But maybe those things are true. I'm sure they're true to an extent. And that'll weigh against his as well. But fundamentally, I think he just saw his regime as threatened. That's what he cares about. And so he made this foolish to do.
I mean, I would say I'm just honestly I'm not, but I just have a lot of anger towards the elites in general, those leaders in general that favor the people. I would love to hear and to celebrate the beautiful Russian people, Ukrainian people, anyone who silences a beautiful voice, anyone is destroying the thing that the value of leaders don't matter. This is to serve the people. This nationalist idea of people, country, is only with any sense when you celebrate, when you give people the freedom to show themselves, celebrate themselves. The thing I care most about is silence. And the silence of voices, the scientific community, the silencing of voices, period. Fuck any leader that's human spirit. There's something about this. Whenever I look at World War II, whenever I look at wars, it does seem very irrational. And it seems somehow deeply human when the people stand up and fight. There's something that, we talk about progress. That feels like how progress is made. The people that stand up. Like, let me read the Churchill speech. I'm so proud that we humans can stand up to evil when the time is right.
Here's the thing. Think of what's happening in Xinjiang in China. We've appeased China. We basically said you can just do really, really, really wonderful things. You're too powerful for us to do that. And it's not worth it. And there's nobody standing up and making a Churchill speech or a Braveheart speech about standing up for people of Xinjiang. on in that realm of what's happening, and that's happening in a lot of places. And then when there is a willingness to stand up, people there's a lot of opposition to those. So there's a lot of reasons for the invasion. For some, it was humanity, but Saddam Hussein was one of the worst, right, of the 20th century. He was just doing some really horrible things. He away, he committed attempted domestic genocide, and all sorts of repression, and it was probably a mistake. Right? So it's important not just to select on the cases where he stood up, and to select on the cases where that ended up working out. In the sense of history. Right? It's important to sort of try to not judge, but just try to understand this context of all the things we didn't give that speech, or what we did, and then it just went sideways.
So that's why it's powerful when you're willing to give your life for your principles, because most of the time you get neither the principles nor the life. You die. That's why it's powerful. She'll go on to the end. She'll fight in craft, she'll fight on the seas and the ocean. We shall fight with growing confidence and growing strength in the air. We shall defend our honor, whatever the cost may be. We shall fight on the beaches. We shall fight on the landing grounds. We shall fight in the fields and in the streets. We shall fight in the hills. We shall never surrender. This is before Hitler had any major loss to anybody. That was a terrifying armada coming our way. We shall never surrender. I just want to give props. I want to give my respect as a human being to Churchill, to the British people for standing up, to the Ukrainian people for standing up, and to the Russian people. These are great people that throughout history have stood up. Evil. Let me ask you this, because you quote Sun Tzu in the Art of War. There's no instance of a country having benefited from prolonged warfare. This is the main thesis. Let me just linger on this. Since leaders wage war and people pay the price, when we say that there's no reason to prolong war, is it possible to have a reason for the leaders to disregard the price? So like, if they have a different objective function, utility function, they're not with the price of pay for war. And that's one explanation of why war happens. Is the leaders just have a different calculus economy. I think this one's effective. In some sense, just war is saying that in spite of the cost, that our enemy has done something. Our opponent has refused to compromise on something that we find essential. And he's demanding that we compromise in a way that's completely different. And therefore, we're going to go to war despite this material and human cost. So that, and then that principle that we go to war on is liberty and sovereignty. I think we can understand and sympathize with. Maybe that's just the universe. Maybe that's the greatest cause of justice. But other people make that we go to war for something considerably less, considerably less noble, right? Which is what that's an explanation. So that's a whole class of explanations that helps us understand that the compromise that was on the table, given the well-balanced war, was just repugnant, at least to one side. There was something on that's, and then you get to the leaders. Well, what happens when what the leaders decide? What happens when the leaders detach from the interest of the group? Which has been true for basically there's a narrow slice of societies in the big scheme of things that have been counted with people. A lot of them today. To some degree, they're challenged. So the Ukrainian politicians didn't concede to these cool Russian men, because even if they had it, it seemed, or I think, it seems that the Ukrainians would have just rejected. So they were in some sense challenged the values of the broader population, even if they, I don't know this one, even if they didn't share those principles, they self-interestedly followed them. Probably they shared, but
understand that even if they did occasionally get the reverse, which is the leaders are not accountable. And now they have some value, which could be great. And this is the story of the humans, some lesser humans of Europe for hundreds of years, was that it was basically a contract, and it was well supported teams, and to some extent, they were just keeping status through violent competition, and they paid a lot, a big price over the world first, but they didn't very much keep it up. And so they were too quick. And so that, I mean, that detachment of leaders combined with, you mingle it with that one bucket, that unchecked mark. You mingle that with the fact that leaders might have one of these values, noble or otherwise, that carry them to war combined to explain a good number of conflicts as well. And that's a good illustration of why I think like hypocrisy and unaccountable power is. I could make that story for all of the things, all five factors. We're all more susceptible to these things. All five of these things when leaders are not accountable to people in the group. And that's what makes it like the meta, for me, the meta cause of conflict in all of human history is that
Is the will to power playing to this, the desire for power? Like that's a human thing again in calculation. But shall we put that in the misperceptions bucket? Or is misperceptions essentially about interaction between humans? Power is more about the thinking, feeling your part, you're alone.
I said there were three strategic reasons that the friendship leaders that live in problems and certainty. There were two sort of more psychological. I call them intent and misperceptions. The way that like dream feels, or the way that the real concept about those two is just to say preferences, and then erroneous beliefs and preferences are preferences, right? And so ability functions, whatever we want to call it, like there's not, and that's why we wouldn't call them misperception or rationality. We like what we like. If we like power, if we like relative status, if we like uh, our racial purity, if we like our liberty, if we like whatever it is that we convince ourselves about, if we fell along the way we're thinking through. When I said it was a big bucket of the stuff that's fine, like that's a pretty messy bucket. But there's a lot of different stuff in it. And I'm just trying to say, like, let's be clear that just with a lot, the shared logic, maybe really just a people that shared logic. And if it were true that deep down we were aggressive people who just liked violence and enjoyed blood, that would be there too. And so I just want to say that. Okay? We're really quick to recognize this, right? When we diagnose them as an armchair analyst or as a journalist or something, we really jump to those. We don't need a lot of help to like see those happening. So we probably put a little bit too much emphasis on it. Maybe getting into what I'm cautioning. Because the others are more subtle. And they're often there to contribute.
So just something I said before, would it be accurate to say when the leaders become detached from the opinion of the people, that's more likely to lead to war? So
and mechanically, it's just they're going to bear fewer costs. So it's going to basically narrow the set of fields that they're going to be willing to accept instead of violence. At the same time, most of the time, it's not enough because the leaders still bear a lot of costs. We can depose, kill, we can try, the public first before we can kill. That's like a one story through it. Is at the end of the day, your vision is correct as a result. So you still internalize that. If I had to say, like, in my three buckets, my buckets so far, I sort of started with like Canadian insurance, and then I said the essentially you didn't really have to understand Russian hypocrisy for that, just to understand why they would pass something so cool. But I mean, I think the uncertainty is really important here as well. If you think of it, like, think of all the things, the way this is played out, and just in some ways, how many ways we can surprise. we've been surprised by the unity and the coherence of the West. That is, it's sort of what's happened is an Islamic possibility, but it was sort of like the best case scenario from the perspective of the West and the worst case scenario. The second thing is just the pluckiness and the effectiveness and the transitiveness and mobility of this training. That, again, is within the realm of possibility. It wasn't so complicated, right? It was, again, maybe the worst realization of Russia. It was revealed strength. And then the other thing that's been revealed is just how, like, some of the corruption was connected to the problem and the Russian military government. Again, in the realm of possibility, maybe people really knew the Russian military would be less surprised than the rest of us, but also one of the worst possible causes. And so Putin asking this terrible price and expecting Ukraine to roll over, or the West to roll over, at least to a degree, was based on a different set of public. It was based on just expecting something in the middle of probability distribution in all these different variables. And so the fact that the world's so uncertain, the fact that Putin can come with a different set of expectations than Ukrainians and the West, all these players can just have a hard time agreeing on what the facts are. Because we live in a system. Everyone's quick to say, oh, you miscalculated. Well, I don't know if you miscalculated. I think you got a really bad draw in terms of what the realized outcomes are. And so, I mean, good for everybody else in some sense, except, the fact that it's involving a lot of violence is the tragic.
So well, there's also economic pain, not just for the Russian people and the Ukrainian people, but throughout the whole world. So, you could talk about things that we are surprised from an analysis perspective with small victories here or there, but I think it's universally true that everybody loses once again.
Right, and so the question is like, when does it? Why did Russia choose to invade when Ukraine? Well, Russia anticipated that it would be able to seize what it wanted. The available bargain that it deserved, quote unquote, was on its power in the world. It wasn't getting, and so it thought it could take that. And the uncertainty around that made it essentially more likely that it would choose to do this. But in particular, one of the other things that I think is probably less important in this context, that still plays a role, but less important than many wars, is the fact that it's really hard to resolve everything. But in theory, Ukraine should be able to say, look, this is exactly how resolved we are, super resolved, and your military is not as strong as you think. We need to before the budget. Everybody should be like, here's your cards. Exactly like that. As a competitor, you can use that as a future thing. You can try to convince you of before. Right? And for anyone who's ever played poker, and bluff it, that's the inefficient. That's the analogy from the perfect. But the uncertainty in the circumstance, you're not going to miscalculate. The fact that if you bluff and lose, this is not miscalculated. You made an optimal choice given the uncertainty of the situation to take it down. And that was the wiser thing for you to do than to not do it. And just to fold or to just not win the number. And so the uncertainty of the situation is both sides intended to go. If neither side can intend to really true. And then at some point, the other side says, you know what, you say you're resolved. You say you're not going to do it. Well, guess what? Every other people on my board are folded. And you're going to fold too the minute the thing comes in. The minute the approach comes in. I'm gambling that you don't. And so that inherent uncertainty of the situation just causes a lot of short lived because it's the sort of block that we call that goes on. And the thing that's worth looking at is we might end up at a place in a few months where the thing that Ukraine receives is not so far from what Russia is. Russia's on it, I want a neutral. I mean, who knows how it's not the ambitious thing the Russians want, but if we end up in a place where Ukraine is effectively neutral, never joins NATO, is not being militarily supplied by the and where Russia has de facto control over the East and Crimea, if not fully recognized. Who knows if it would actually, but effectively controls, Russia will have accomplished what it asked for in the first place, and both parties had to get there through violence rather than through negotiation. And you wouldn't need misperceptions and mistakes, and you wouldn't need Putin's delusions of war or whatever to get there. You just need the ingredient of Putin so far, which is like a willingness to do that without fighting friendly Poland, and autocratic leadership in Russia who would make those demands because it's in their self-interest, and then uncertainty leading them to the fight. And, and, and that, sadly, is like the best case. It feels like the best case scenario right now, which is the worst just 5 months and not 5 years.
Because the suffering has already happened. We lost homes, people moving, having to see their home in rubble, millions of people, refugees coming to escape the country. And hate flourishes versus the common humanity, as it does with war. And on top of all of that, if we talk from a geopolitical perspective, the warmongers, who are sort of, they've now got narratives, and they got whatever narrative is very shocking narrative. The United States has its narrative, or whatever geopolitical thing it wants to do in that part of the world. That's another little interaction between those unchecked leaders and those evangelist preferences, is that unchecked leaders spend, autocrats, whatever, spend enormous amounts of time trying to manipulate the values and beliefs of their population. Now, sometimes they do it maybe, but that's what Winston Churchill there was trying to. It's not clear that Britons were like, but it's kind of a lot of Americans, a lot of Britons were like, you know what? Hitler's not such a bad guy. His idea is not so terrible. I never liked those Jews anyway. Many were, right? We had political leaders in the U.S. who were basically not pro-Nazi, but were just not anti-Nazi. And Churchill was just trying to instill a different resolve. He was trying to create that thing. He was trying to create that value. And in the American Revolution as well, the founding fathers, the leaders of the Revolution, were not like everybody could wake up one morning in the United States and had this ideology, liberty and freedom. Some of that was true, was out there in the but they had to manufacture and create it. In a way that I think they believed it was noble. But there's a lot of manufacturing and creation of values and principles that is not noble, and that is exactly what Hitler did. The anti-Semitism present throughout the world. The more subtle thing that I feel is more generally applicable is this kind of pacifism that I think people in the United States felt like it's not my conflict. I don't need to get involved. And I think Churchill was fighting the general public. It's like it's the apathy of rational calculus.
Are you like a pimp?
Like, what are we going to gain if we fight that?
Hey, it's still you're not born yet.
Pretty reasonable.
What's the exact time coming up? The 19th, right? Make a mental note out of it. We email it. Should happen when you probably naked. What's good in your neck of the woods? Did you sleep well? Excellent for you. Absolutely. I think that yesterday. I slept. I woke up at like 4. I read that to bed. I woke up for the course. Good. Well, whenever I speak with somebody from the southern hemisphere, I always talk with them. We can converse and you know, have to think about what it's like. And it's weird to me that they'd be like, yeah, December. Ah, like those are December, January, February, when it's the hot months. Huh. I'm never going to get that. That does not compute. Sing a little. Right. And just be close. I, no, you go. Um, I find that people from Australia are genuine. Gen- I've said this before, I don't know if this is accurate, but it's just kind of accurate. Not 100%. But I refer to Canadians as basically British colonies, Northern Hemisphere, Australian and Southern Hemisphere, but they still have this major connection to each other. And even if they don't recognize it, I mean, and they can probably say the same thing about America, but at least we had a revolution. And um, yeah, you have to look at the size of the British Empire. It's the largest empire ever. It's absolutely incredible. The stranglehold on the world that it had around the year 1850. Ever. There's a very fascinating math lesson. One of my favorite maths. Just one moment. Map of every country not invaded by. There are only 22 countries that have never been invaded by Britain. Isn't that fascinating? Just 22. Like, and if you 22, that's it. And if you look, I don't know if you try to read this. If you look at the map, it's, it's like the middle of the world. It's not, but it's really, really close. Like Mongolia, exactly. Like Mongolia, they have it. You know, like, no, Tibet's included. Tibet's included. Let's see. Let's look at it. What do you consider included? Um, at least China has England ever invaded Tibet? Maybe during the Opium Wars? Yes, they did. The British military expedition of Tibet in 1900 1904, often referred to as the Young Husband expedition. The British invasion was largely driven by geopolitical concerns, particularly the desire to assert influence in Central Asia to counter Russian expansion in the region during the period known as the Great War, which is colonialism and Cubanism. First, the British authorities were concerned that Russia might try to extend its influence to the Tibet, which would potentially threaten British control. The expedition was led by Colonel Francis Young, and it involved an armed march from British India into Tibet. The British forces faced little resistance as they advanced towards Lhasa, the Tibetan capital. After some skirmishes in the opposition strategic locations, he decided between the British and the Tibetan government. This treaty allowed the British to set up political official mission Lhasa and open Tibet to Britain, but not fully annexed. The British presence in Tibet ended after the 1909 mission, but the episode left his lasting impact on the relationship between Tibet and China. Tibet at the time was a becoming suzerainty, but the British presence further complicated the situation. The the invasion was not outright annexation, but it did mark a significant moment in the history of the British involvement. It was later in the 1950s, transforming the social into England, even to ongoing technical that's correct. So yeah, we definitely agree on that. That's we just go to ChatGPT to make it easier. These are countries that I didn't consider, like Mexico. I've never really thought, yo, dog, when did England invade Mexico? It's known as the Pastry War, also known as the War of the French and Pastry. In 1838, it wasn't a full-blown military invasion, but rather a conflict between Mexico and Britain, with British directly involved. Here's the story. The French pastry chef in Mexico had his shop looted during the riot, and the French government demanded compensation. When Mexico refused, France blockaded Mexican ports and eventually declared war. Britain, though not directly involved, sided with France because of trade interests, but they did not push for a peaceful resolution. The war lasted about a year and ended with Mexico agreeing to pay the claims, mostly to avoid further destruction. So while the French were the main players, Britain's involvement made the conflict unfit. Yoda, can you please list the 22 countries that England has not invaded? All right. Like, and they even include like Serene places like Vatican City, and Andorra. These are the yeah, I know. So they haven't invaded Andorra, Antigua and Barbuda, Armenia, Bhutan, Bolivia, Brazil, which kind of surprises me because Brazil so far, but I guess because well, actually, though, very interestingly, right. Um, what's very interesting is that the oldest peace treaty alliance in the world is between Portugal and Britain. And that's why because of the Portuguese influence over Britain is probably high now. So basically, yeah, that's Portugal. Um, Costa Rica have not invaded Finland, Ethiopia, Finland, Iceland, which is another interesting Japan, Liechtenstein, Luxembourg, Malta, Monaco. I mean, they're not really small countries. North Korea, San Marino, Saudi Arabia, Italy, Switzerland, United States, they are 22. Everything else they have invaded. That is true. I, I think there's something very special about Ethiopia, particularly in their devoutness to their religion. I know that the
Yes.
people from there and essentially they have kept the traditions consistent the kind of temple, and it, it fascinated and surprised by how accurate they kept Torah, and essentially their scrolls were as accurate as they could use them, and it was it was some racism and the thought that hey, you don't want black people here, basically. But when it was discovered, I'm not saying that was a part of it, but there was just it was the 1940s. So there was just speculation everywhere. But when it was discovered how accurate the horse scrolls were and how accurate they were in their their devices, particularly I know that the horse scrolls were like word for word exactly, but many of the accoutrements, many of the calico, their ceremonial um, cloths that are worn, uh, were all in line with how Ashkenazi or Sephardic Jews and Mizrahi Jews lived, and thus then there was um, a major push in the 1970s um, for essentially to make Aliyah for those people for them to come back to Israel. And then there's just been assimilation within Jewish society. So people of all colors are able to gather and pray together without any type of segregation. It is not the same with many other people. Um, when it, when I was always interested in well, and one of the reasons why this has been this way is because Ethiopia was never, so going back to 2000 years, never fully under any colonial um, power. So the closest were the Italians, but even they didn't have a full grasp on our country. And basically, that the fact that they were able to avoid invasion and allow them to keep moving up the religious tradition system. And so I think there's really an argument to be made that Ethiopian Jews may have kept more consistent practices than perhaps some aspects of Ashkenazi, some aspects of Mizrahi, some aspects of Yemenites, some aspects of Moroccan, some aspects of Sephardic Jews. Basically because they were in exile, but then they moved in. If you look at Ashkenazi, we moved from Israel to Italy and then up through Germany and then into Poland and Russia. If you look at Sephardim, they moved to Spain and Portugal and northern Africa a little bit until the major invasions of the Moorish people, the Mohammedans, the Muslim people. If you look at Mizrahi, they essentially were Eastern Jews and were throughout Iraq and Iran, basically at points under other authorities, specifically Islamic leaders. If you look at Moroccan Jews, they were also under the grasp um, of Islamic rulers. But Ethiopian Jews didn't have that. They were in exile, but but there wasn't another religion or another civilization that ruled over them. So they were able to keep their tradition more active, I would say, to second capital time. So there's no way for us to know that exactly. I would say that that is the I'm most proud of. That because of because of the avoidance of invasion, the accuracy of their ceremony is really similar to what was being performed in the Second World War. Now, when it comes to the Arctic Covenant, I don't know. I don't know yet. At least I know that their religious ceremonies were very similar to what was being practiced in Ashkenaz and world, and including like circumcision, including a bar mitzvah, including um, the calling up to the technical course or all of those things. It was almost as if like there's a story I've heard about the archaeologists and the explorers who were in that language is absolutely shocked that it was essentially perfect Hebrew being spoken and read, and the Torah scrolls. I mean, they were like so accurate that Madison had read them. Could there have been? Yeah, but I mean, it was like down to the letter when you start at that point, it was like, well, we have to let these guys in. They're as accurate as anybody else. But from what I read here, the British did invade Ethiopia, but it was during World War II. The Italians were there, so they kind of drove the Italians out. But then Ethiopia reestablished it. Ethiopia is very it's almost like they were protected. For all of the people in what the colonial powers did to the African continent, it was almost, I'm not going to say it because I don't like to use those terms. I don't know whether it's just a word that is used in English probably too often. But this special part of Africa was basically never colonized, and also the major part is the people there were not enslaved, so they were able to keep their country. And basically everyone else in Africa was brutally enslaved, but not Ethiopia.
He's saying he's going to stop football for me. We're still going to make this tea. It's a great people in Britain. But why are we fighting here? That's the thing that's about to break because that's the one. You have to speak to principle. You have to speak at some greater sort of long-term vision history. So like, yes, now you seem like it's a way to avoid the fight, but you're actually
Hey,
just
good morning. I'm Natasha.
you're just
How are you, girl? Happy New Year to you. I thought about you a lot, and I was going to give you a couple more days, and then I was going to send you a message saying hello. Did you forget about us? I even I even checked in on your Kick channel just to make sure you were still streaming. And you are. You're streaming very consistently a lot. Like not ev- pretty almost every day. Take a couple days off here and there. But you do it for very long periods of time, which is very that's pretty good. Absolutely. Yes, yes. I've been sleeping a lot, probably the same amount as usual, but my hours are reversed. I have friends in Australia, and we play games like all night, and so it's night here and it's day there, and then I'm up all night, and I'm very, very tired, and then I fall asleep. So, yeah, I'm trying to get my hours perhaps back to normal, but I really like to play with these guys, so and we have a good time together, and we're up very, very late. But yeah, I appreciate you checking in on me, and I want to know how has your experience on Kick been? Okay, so it looks like you have 75 followers now, which is what I think you need. 75. So 75. 75. Don't you need 75? Oh, okay. I'll get you 80 in 20 minutes. I'll get you that. I have lots of accounts, so I'll just follow you. Don't worry. Just one moment. I might get you one right now. Hold on. I have a robot that creates accounts all the time. So I'll keep an eye on it. And I'll get to 76, 77, 78, 79, and then 80. Um, okay. Let me, I absolutely, don't worry. You'll have it within an hour, I'll say. Maybe less. Um, okay. One thing about Kick, if you don't understand what I'm saying, I think you do. I know you do for most of it. But some of this might be technical. I'll try to make it not technical. But basically, many people on Kick, especially at the very top, the people who have like 1,000 viewers, 800 viewers, those are all paid for. Those are all bought. They're all robots. They're not real. So you should know that. Like, yeah, and people are starting to talk about it because they're mad. They're not getting paid for the numbers that they're seeing. So let's say you buy a bot and it gives you 1,000 followers or 1,000 viewers, but you're not getting paid for 1,000 viewers. They're mad about that. And the owner of Kick, his name is Eddie Craven, he has spoken about this recently. And he basically said that he doesn't want to give away how they determine if somebody's a real user or a bot, because then the bots will get smarter and smarter. But basically, that botting is rampant on the website. I know it for a fact that it is. So I don't want you ever to get down or get sad because it's like, wow, I want 80 people watching me at once. If somebody says they have 80 people watching them, they have 75 bots and 5 real people. If somebody has 105 people watching them, they have 100 bots and 5 real people. There aren't that many people on the website. Do you know there's a rapper? His name is Drake. I don't know if you know who he is. He's from Canada. You know who he is? Yes. So he basically got mad recently and said, like, F this site. Basically, they're not paying people the way that they're supposed to be paying people, and I don't need this. and it took down that stream, and I don't know exactly if they're on good terms or not, but basically more and more popular people are saying this is not legitimate. Now, it can be. I mean, it can get you a lot of people to see you, but I don't want you to feel bad that, hey, I'm streaming and I got 0 people or 1 person or 2 people or 3 people or 4 people or 5 people watching me. That's a lot. Yeah, exactly. That's you should it's, exactly. That's as many people as at the who are at the very top. So just know that like that's what everybody's at. I know when I streamed on Kick, I would get 0, 1, 2, not a lot of people. However, what will happen is they will put you on the front page. When they put you on the front page, then you get a lot of people coming in 30, 40, 50, 60 real people. So that's always a cool thing. But yeah, I did. I checked on you a couple times just because I wanted to make sure you were still streaming it. I think that's cool. Um, People are making clips of it. You know what clips are, right? What do you think of that? Yes, right. Yes, absolutely. So here's something interesting on your screen. If I look at it, the last 3 tweets you have, okay, the last one that you did, which was 3 days ago, 229 views. That's good. That's that's far more than I think we really think is going on. 229 is a lot of people to watch your stuff from just 3 days ago. Okay, then from 5 days ago, 296 people are viewing you. That's after you're done. That's really like if that's real, that would be really good. Then ago, 2,180 people. How did you go from 20, 200, 200, 2,000? What did you do? I mean, come on. I mean, I know you know it's not real. I know you didn't do anything wrong. But what I want you to know is that's the website pumping up your numbers. Wow, I can see that. And well, I'll tell you, I have a click bot. I have a bot that just clicks people, and while it doesn't give free views, it clicks a lot. And the reason why I click is I make it click and then I name the click my Discord so that people come in here. It's free advertising for me. But I can tell you, I know how to do it. There are much more advanced, many more advanced people out there who are able to figure this out as well. And it seems to be what's happening to you, where either someone outside of Kick or someone within Kick is elevating your numbers. Because if you had 2,000 people watch your stream, you would have seen 200, 300, 400, 500 people in your stream at once, and you never did. And it's not like you did something so amazing that gave you 2,000 people after the fact. It's just, it doesn't, the numbers don't compute. And, and people are starting to see that. And they're starting, I would say, to get frustrated by it. Just one moment. Absolutely. Absolutely. In the meantime, I'm going to get you to 80. Okay, I'm going to get you one right now. So just one moment, and you're going to get one. And how about this? I will send you a message. I will send you a message on Discord when I get you to 80. Is that okay? Absolutely. Absolutely. How did you find me? Excellent. Excellent. So okay, so you have 76 now. And that's amazing. So my bot worked. It got you in here. So it was worth it all along. Okay, so I will continue and you enjoy your friend and come back tomorrow whenever you can, okay? Take care, Akamasha. Much love. Much love. Absolutely. Take care. Bye bye. You're welcome. Happy New Year to you. How you doing, Dr. John? What's good in your neck of the woods? Excellent. Have you been pairing it up in the Music is Marty server? Okay. Well, I've been live streaming in there. I don't know if you ever see me in that, but I have been in there live. I did this like this summer for I don't know, like a month, and I've been in there now for like at least 2 or 3 weeks straight. And it's a troll server. You get some people in there who are who are looking to troll people, but then they find me, and they've been very very nice to me. I really mean that. The people in the Music with Marty server have just been nothing but nice to me. So I'm very appreciative of that. Is that how you found me, Dr. Don? That's what I think too. Well, we're watching next weekend, so feel free to watch and enjoy. And we didn't come here for you. Thank you, man. Happy New Year to you, my friend. Good thing to come. Peace. That is the person who reviews appeals, not the sick person who did. Keep going to review myself and not orthodox. Should have no role in it. whether you want to get some kind of in a that is up to you. I do not have to just the what I do. The fact that I am not allowed in that you require eight people to who really knows much about it. But, this is the new largest amount of chicken sausage. I think these are the most good nutrition the program that actually got because of keeping fighting food. I am recording with a book. There you go. How you doing, Jim? After Masha was in here, he's been streaming. Yeah, he said she's been in here, but I've been asleep, which I completely understand. He has, he knows it's like a quick. He was explaining to her that we don't have to put you down if it's showing that you have like not yet great numbers because you need to know that they use like inflated numbers that get a lot that is essentially helping other people. She's like, that's what I figured. I'm just going to make friends. And it's really interesting that she's like we were going through her numbers. Like 5 days ago, we had 200 people watch her stream. 6 days ago, 200 people watch her stream. 7 days ago, 2,000 people watch her stream. But she's just like, yeah, but those are fake numbers. It's basically they're getting to doing so that people think, oh, well, I'm getting a lot of traction on this, but they're not really at all. I mean, there are platforms that I use. One of them is WeChat, and another one is uh, what is it? Like global. They just whenever you start, you automatically start with 50 people. And another one, Vigo, VIGO, is another one. Called Vigo. You just automatically start with like 50 people watching, but absolutely nobody said it. Well, actually, you know what Vigo is? Okay, so Vigo is like it's a really nice platform that has it's like TikTok, but it's a lot easier to group chat with group calls on video. And basically can allow you to have 16 people at a time, and you can click on there and basically um, have your voice um, where you know, talk with and everything. But what I really find interesting is it uses bots and it doesn't tell you that it's using bots. So you'll be streaming, no one will be in there. You'll be just you and 16 empty spots, and all these people will be chatting. Like, oh, great stream! Or, that was really interesting. Or like, check out my profile. And it's like these are all they're like really they're using bots. I just find that really interesting. But to me, that's a very that isn't necessarily there's a lack of legitimacy in that. I think that behavior perhaps I don't want to say perhaps made illegal, but I think at a certain point the FCC, the Federal Communications Commission, should have some kind of standard for the platforms to say like, look, because it really costs people money. And so if you're getting paid based on like how many chatters you have, or how many viewers you have, there should be some legitimacy to the numbers that are being shown. And I think that's pretty simple. Exactly. And if you're Eddie Craven saying we don't pay based on bots, yet you show people as having inflated numbers because of robots, is somewhat disingenuous to me. That if you're showing someone's got 1,000 viewers right now, then you need to pay on 1,000 viewers. You can't say, well, we can see on the back end of what's really going on. Well, then show everybody else on the back end what's going on. And it says the reason that they don't do that is because they don't want people to know the strategies that they use to detect bots. But in my opinion, that strategy is uh, skewed because you should know what the real numbers are. And if people want to have real people watch their stream, which is basically what you say you have the ability to be able to see, then let them. If somebody wants to, I did this on YouTube for a month. I paid 5 Indian people to watch my stream at all times. And it's possible. If you pay people money, they'll do it. And to me, that's a legitimate view as opposed, and they would interact and we would talk and stuff. Right? There's at least some legitimacy to that, as opposed to just, well, I know a guy who has a server, and they can inflate numbers in any way possible. Anyway, those are my thoughts.
Destroying the very goodness of people if we don't fight back.
And I think with this, the current case with Russia, I mean, some people look at Putin's speeches, the papers he's written on Ukraine, going to being part of Russia, and trying to deny, basically create all these national theories that Putin really believes, and he might. Putin really believes that that's why he's invading. And that might also be true, and that would contribute to make a piece of argument out of time. But I suspect that at least the minimum truth, Putin's trying to manufacture support for an invasion in the population through propaganda. And so he's doing, in some level, the same thing that Winston Churchill was doing in mechanical terms, which is to try to manipulate people's preferences, but doing it in a sinister, malevolent, evil, self-serving way, because he's putting in prison. This was empty.
The dark human thing is like there's moments in World War II where Hitler's propaganda, he began to believe his own propaganda. It's like,
I think he probably always, I think he was a supreme leader.
well, no. There's a lot of places in, where there's uncertainty,
Yeah.
and he decided to do propaganda, and that propaganda was all the things in his own mind. Like, so for example, he believed until very late that America is a weakling militarily and economic power is the spirit of the people. And like that was part of the propaganda that produced, because of that propaganda, he had the head of the army who was making military actions. He like nonchalantly started war with America. The United States, where he didn't need to at all. He could have avoided that completely because he thought, whatever, because they're easy. That I think that propaganda first believes second, and I think as a human being, as a dictator, when you start to believe the lies in which you're controlling the populace, you're not able to, you become detached from this person that's able to resolve in a very human way the conflict.
I mean, when I said the big common factor that causes war and over is uncountable power. It's not just because it's mechanically, like one of my 5 explanations is saying, well, if you're unaccountable, you don't get a cost of war, you might have done. So yes, partners are every time. But it leads to all these nasty interactions. So earlier I said there's this interaction between the values and the unchecked leaders, because those idiosyncratic values of your leader become more important when they're unchecked. But the uncertain point you just made is like a key point. It's to say actually that like the fundamental problem that all autocrats have is an information problem. Because nobody wants to give them the right information. And they have very few ways to aggregate the information if they're not popular, right? And so there's a whole hard industry the science are talking about why autocrats love elections, and why they love Twitter, and why they actually like it in controlled ways. It solves an information problem. That's your crucial. If you're like Xi Jinping or Vladimir Putin, you need to solve an information problem just to avoid having to develop on your every day. Because uncertainty can get magnified, and you get all this sort of this apparatus of control. And so that's like another nasty interaction between uncertainty and unkept leaders, is you end up in this situation where you're getting bad information. And it's not that you don't believe your own lies, it's just that you sort of believe, you're sort of averaging what you believe over the available information, and you don't realize that it's such a distorted and biased information.
Well, one of the other things about this time that was surprised me in the fog of uncertainty, how the seemingly likely nuclear war, not likely, but how it
Less unlikely than before.
exactly like the government said, it started to take a random roll away from 0% probability into this kind of land that maybe like hard to know. But it's oh wow, we're actually normally talking about this as if this is part of the calculus, part of the option. But before we talk about nuclear war, so I'm going to move which way it happened. Sure. Back to nuclear war. What do you think about this? The people who are nonchalantly speaking about nuclear war as if it doesn't need to be potential knowledge between people. What are the chances that are nuclear war? You are many. You have one with sort of uh, analysts. Right? You know, one people. What do you think of the chances to nuclear war?
You know, the doomsday, the official doomsday clock, the worker sits in the lobby of the building. The building behind scientists and shows of building with us. So it's always there before you describe what the doomsday clock is. The only thing that comes scientists, it's something that is with the physicists sort of set to march how close we are to the chapter that started a decade ago. And it's a clock, and it's sort of how close we begin that. The midnight is people like getting the destruction of humanity. And it's sitting, I mean, it's actually, it hasn't moved as close to, it hasn't moved as close to midnight in the last 2 weeks as it probably should have, because it was already so close. It's actually limited for a bunch of other reasons. I think the whole political thing, it's really hard, it's really easy to move a closer. And it's really hard if you're a person who doesn't have lots of moving away, because that's always been controversial. So it always sits there, but it forces you to think about it a little bit every day. And I admit I was nonchalant about it until recently, in a way that many other people were. I still think the risk is very low, but kind of for the reasons you probably just so unimaginably costly that nobody wants to go there. So it's like the extreme version of my whole argument, which is why we most of the time don't fight, is because it's so very costly. And so that's the incentive not to use this. And if they do use it, that's the incentive to use it in a very restrained way. But that's not a lot of. But because we know we do go to war, and there's obviously we need to deal with it, including miscalculation and obviously, and several of those nuclear powers are not accountable leaders. I think we have to be very and Tony was earlier, like the reason we're in this mess is because only people with this private interest in like having you think about the freedom is this Russian cabal and elite that their power reserves only again is threatened by Ukrainian democracy. How far would they go to him on power and push strings out? Because I think that always need the most is playing what those people like at what point does that unchecked leadership decide that this is worth it? Especially if they can emerge from the rebels to like, I don't know. So, and And I don't know that any of us really fully thought through all of that calculus. And very recently, around the anniversary of January 6th, there were a lot of questions about whether it was going to make space from having this. On the one hand, I think it's something sort of like in the same way I think that nuclear war, again, but I remember something that when both of those questions were asked, I remember something I was in the audience listening to the great talk speak about 20 years ago, but the risk of Argentina's financial meltdown. What's the total financial risk? And they said, you know what? The risk is vanishingly small. But that's terrifying because there's no reason to believe it is zero. And so the fact that it's not zero should deeply, deeply scare us all. And we should devote a lot of energy in making it zero again. And that's how I feel about the risk of the civil war in the US, and that's how I feel about the risk of nuclear war is higher than it used to be.
You know what terrifies me is that all this kind of stuff seems to happen overnight, like super quick and escalate super quick. It's not I don't know. I don't know what I imagined would just happen. Like if the nuclear war happened, it would be something like a plane, like in this case with Ukraine, a NATO plane shut down over some piece of land of Russian forces, or so the narrative would go. But it doesn't even matter what's true or not. The war just starts because moment of escalation, and then because of it goes.
Well, I think that happens sometimes. Again, it's this thing that, the social sciences call selection and the variable. There's all these times when it didn't, when it stopped, when it escalated one step, and then people lost, or it escalated two steps, and people said, whoa, 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 whoa. And so we remember the times when but that, fortunately, that's not, I start off the book with an example of a human war that didn't happen in 1920, which is the left side. My day job is actually studying gangs and violence of these other kinds of groups, also very positive. And most of the time they don't fight. The escalation doesn't happen. So the escalation does happen quickly sometimes. Definitely does.
We remember the ones when it does. It's really important to think about like, when we're talking about, I think you almost talking. I was sort of like talking about the horrors of war and so on. And it's like, most of human history, because I think I said that most of human history is been defined by these horrible wars. It's like, no, most of human history is just this stuff. Like war,
Yeah.
we kind of remember the war, but most of human history is life.
Yeah, most of the competition between nations was like, I would say, bloodthirsty without drinking that blood, in the sense that it was intense, it was loathsome, and so a lot of the rivalry, a lot of the competition, which is also problematic in some ways, is not violent. Most of human history is about the oppression of the majority by a few. And the moments when they rise up in revolt, means a revolution, but most of the time they don't. And the story of political change and transformation and freedom is there's a few revolutions that are violent, but most of it is actually revolutions without that kind of violent revolt. Most of it is just the peaceful concession of power to a wider group of people in response to their increased economic bargaining power that they can know. So even if we want to understand something like the March of Freedom in history, I think we can draw this conclusion that actually don't. Most of the time, we don't think. We see power. No, you don't because you can give power to the masses right away. You just pull out the merchants who could threaten the whole thing and bring them into the circle. And then the circle gets a little bit wider until the circle is ever wider. Even a little bit deeply, which is most of the all. That's such a big thing.
Right. Yeah, if you look at the plot, it was split up into
Steven Pinker's one of the famous authors brings up this hypothesis. I mean, there's sort of two ways. There's actually two separate kinds of violence. That one where I think he's completely right, and one where I think you're not sure, or maybe not. But where he's completely right, so interpersonal violence, homicides, everyday violence has been going down, 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 down. That's just how I think we see it. And it's mostly because we've created cultures and states and rules and things that control that violence. Now, the warfare between groups, is that less secret? Well, it's not clear that he's right, but there's still wars. You might say that that wars are more rare because they're more costly, because their weapons are so brutal. The cost of war go up. If the cost of war go up, you do not entirely, but for the most part, that goes to the and but then when they do have to produce. So is Pinker right? I hope he's right, but I don't think that officially that trend is there. I think that you might have the same kind of levels of intergroup violence because maybe those five fundamentals that make the world not fundamentally changed. Thus, made us giving us as much as the world now than
It's something to think about. So obviously looking at this hypothesis, looking at this data and others like them. But I have noticed one thing, which is the amount of pushback he gets.
Yeah.
That there is this is speaking to the general point that you made, which is like we overemphasize and don't look objectively at the aggregate data as much. There's a general cynicism about the world. And not I don't even mean cynicism, almost like cynicism porn and stuff like that, where people just get for some reason they get a little bit excited to talk about the destruction of human civilization in a weird way. Like they don't really mean it. If I were to like psychoanalyze their geopolitical analysis, I think it's a kind of I don't know, maybe it relieves the mind to think about death on a global scale, and then we go have lunch with the kids afterwards. I don't know what it is, but it's not very scientific. It's really kind of personal. So we should be careful. Broadly, there is just the thing you highlight, like a real peace people. You mentioned Medellin. How do you pronounce it?
both are fine. I think there they committed that's kind of the exact the double out. But maybe it's clearly
What lessons do you draw from the Medellin cartel, from gang wars, Colombia, Medellin? What's the economics of peace and war between drug cartels?
here's what was really insightful for me. So I live in Chicago, and people are aware that there's a violent problem in Chicago. It's actually not the worst American city by any stretch of the imagination, but it's pretty bad. And many has these many more, and probably many better organized gangs and yet the homicide rate is and now, I mean, there have been moments when these gangs go to war the last 30 years, when many become the most violent place on the planet. But for the most part, right now, they're peaceful. And so, what's going on? I mean, one thing that is there's a hierarchy of organizations. So that above these reasonably well organized individuals, these society or shadowy organizations that some people call them economists, some people call them industrialized, and there were 17 of them, depending on and they themselves have a operating board called, sometimes it's called the office of the sometimes they call it strategy. They can choose an one or as a group. So they meet, and they don't meet personally all the time. Sometimes they meet, but they consult. A lot of the leaders of these groups are actually in prison. And so, and they're in this room oh, they're meeting people. Well, they're whatever. If I'm on a cell block with you anyway, right? They're actually imprisoning leaders and putting them in the same cell block, but not putting them. If you get arrested in the United States and you're a leader, and you get put in the supermax prison, you cannot plan to do that on time. It's just too difficult, impossible. There, it's possible. And you might think, And they do. They control their own impact. And you might think that's a bad idea. But actually, cutting off the head of a criminal organization, leading it to a bunch, losing it to a bunch of athletic guys who disorganized is not always the path to peace. So having these guys all in the same prison complex is actually it reduces implicit information and uncertainty, right? It provides a place for them to bargain. You can talk, and so you also see things like a lot of these meetings. And so and they have these tools that they use to control the street. So instead of there being like 400 gangs, all sort of in this anarchic situation, and constantly at war, the Islamists are keeping them in line. And they will use sanctions. The sanction might be, I will control the internet if you feel a little more honest. Exactly, but they will sit them down. They'll provide, they'll help them negotiate. They will provide you as there are these things called commitment problems where like there's some I'm have some incentive to like terminate you, but that's going to be costly for everybody. So I'm going to have what's the solution? Well, I'm going to provide commitment. I'm going to like enforce this rule. And yeah, you don't like this rule now because you could take advantage of your situation in wage war, but I'm going to give you a counter incentive. And so they keep the peace. And so and it's a little bit so they're a little bit like the UN Security Council and peacekeeping forces and sanctions regimes, but the same kinds of tools, the same parallels. And they're imperfect and they're unequal because it's not like they're pursuing the same equal but it kind of works until it doesn't. And 10 years ago, when there were wars and it just breaks down. And it kind of gave me this perspective on the international institutions and how they create that we do the same things, right? Sanctions are designed to make unchecked leaders face the consequences. It's a solution for one of the platforms, right? And mediators are a solution to uncertainty. And international institutions that can enforce a peace and resolution. And all of these things can be solutions to these intangible things, preferences, whatever you value, and miscalculations because they will punish you for your miscalculations, or they will get a mediator to help you realize what you so they're doing all these things, and it made me realize that the comparison to Security Council and our tools is actually a pretty good one because those are pretty unequal too, and those are pretty imperfect. Like there's these we have 5 nations with the Security Council and a lot of unequal power. They're manipulating this in their own self-interest or the group's interests. So anyway, so it's actually some of the things that work in management and why they work help give me a lot of perspective on what works in the international arena and why we have sort of problems with that.
There's not, in some deep way, there's not a fundamental difference between those 17 groups and security council. It's like one with the same views. And suits, that's really right. There are different cultural tribes that can be there. What are your thoughts? I mean, that's the sense they got from the rest of the ground here that show up on the betting. It's like, I mean, so many people, I'm talking about the Roger Reed, who's a drunk contractor. It seems like it was, I don't know the right term, but it was very professional and calm. It didn't have a sense of danger to it. Like the danger is always on the table and the threat is part of the operation, but you're using that threat in order to de-escalate. Yes, every distinguished thing. So something that happened last year, we were a little bit able to let some real time to do a few contacts. We've been meeting and talking to a lot of these leaders in prison, outside of prison, many of them with. And so the homicide rate, I mentioned homicide rate, maybe the village of half of what you're talking about, but it's been climbing. Some of these street level gangs were starting to fight. Maybe I've heard of that. On some level, it seems that like maybe some of the leaders were like saying, well, like, we're actually not sure how strong these guys are. Let's let them fight just to test it out. Let's have these skirmishes, right? It wasn't prolonged warfare. It was like, let's just sort of feel out how strong the leader is, because then we'll be able to reinforce some drug programs.
So they're kind of feeling each other out through fighting. And the homicide rates have doubled and then it increased by the same amount again. So it was approaching something that might be control, which wasn't in anybody's interest. It was in the government's interest. And so then, magically, all these leaders in these patios, right, different positions, they're spread over a bunch of prisons. Everybody gets transferred from the prison, which means they all get to be in the same holding area for 3 days before they're all moved elsewhere. So the government had a role in it. And then somebody who's like a trusted mediator on the criminal side gets himself arrested, happens to be put in the same spot. And a week later, the homicide rate is 30% of what it was. It's back to its normal. Unfortunately, not zero, right? But it's back to where it was because it didn't make sense to have a war. And everybody, government, mafia leaders, everybody sort of like they figured out a way to sort of bargain for peace.
I guess it's almost like a tangent, but you mentioned you had the chance potentially to talk to a few folks, some in prison, some who are not. Is it productive? Is it interesting? By way of advice, giving ideas about talking to people who are actively criminals?
It really depends on the situation. So, like the first time I worked in the conflict defense was in maybe the last couple of years ago. My work was in 2004, 2005. This was a small East African country in the north of the country, engulfed in think of it as like a 20-year low-level insurgency run by a self-proclaimed messiah. It wasn't that popular in the military, so they would kidnap kids. And so I could talk to people who come back from being there. I never once, if I wanted to, I was writing about that time. I never talked to anybody who was active in there. It was quite rare. It wouldn't have been easy to fake. And that's sometimes true. I'm starting to use them in Mexico probably, and I'm not going to talk to people. They'll kill people.
You say you're not going to talk to them, they'll kill people. Which,
So, I mean, journalists are routine killed for no reason. There's no compunctions about killing them, and there's no consequences.
who kills a journalist? It's not the main people that you spoke with. It's their lackeys, or is it rival gangs?
This is true of the Chicago gang, and this is true of the Medellin gang. It's probably true of the Mexican gang. It's like you might have your group of 30 people. One or two of them would be shooters. Most people don't shoot. Most people don't like to do that. Or you don't even have any of those people in your group because you're trying to run a business. You don't need shooters. You can just hire hitter when you need contract. And so if somebody's asking a question and you don't want them to ask a question, or you think they know too much and they're threatening you, and it's for you, and you have no personal protections, then you can have to put a contract out on them and they'll be killed. That doesn't happen in Colombia. Doesn't happen in Chicago. I don't know. There's lots of reasons for that. I can't say exactly about it. One of the reasons is like they know what will happen. That there'll be consequences. That the government will crack down on it one day, and so they don't do it. And that's not what happens. They won't kill like a DA. They know that if the U.S. has made it clear you kill one of our agents, we will admit you pay. And so they're very careful to minimize that. But the journalists and nobody comes after them. And so they realize that they're waiting for this. That's my initial advice. Right? But we spent a lot of time before we started talking to criminals. Yeah, I spent a year trying to figure out what to say before we actually and failing. We not just say things to do, it's also really hard to talk to people in the organization. We failed 40 times before we figured out a way to access people.
Was it worth it talking to them if you figure out, because it's not normally safe, it's going to be when you estimate that there's some low level of risk? Like, what's the
yeah.
benefit as a researcher, as a scholar of human beings?
Yeah. So I actually don't think. Let's compare it to something. Okay, I'm in Austin for the first time, and I'm walking around, and there's all these people buzzing around on scooters with their phones.
We need to definitely interview them and say what comes wrong.
So nothing I have ever done in my entire career is ever scary.
That's a nice way to compare doing raising
Not well.
scooters.
There are some, there's very well. Some was, I worked in northern Uganda, and I worked in Liberia, and I worked in Medellin, and Mexico, and those particular places, and then the things I did in those places, where I spent a lot of time making sure that what I was doing was not unconsidered.
Hey, Ron, could you pull up a picture of a person on a scooter in Austin? Compare this absurd situation. I doubt if there was not worth it because I understand the point you're thinking, but wow.
So I'm not trying to say there's really, I think it's like a calculated risk, and I think you become good at, you work at becoming good at being able to assess these risks with other people.
I think there's another aspect to it too. When you're riding a scooter, once you're done with the scooter, the risk will disappear. There's something believe me when you can look over your shoulder, especially for the rest of your life, and to continue the whole conversation.
Yeah, I chose him, but I also survived and left. I wouldn't go and do this with them. I did too much. Some people do that. Some journalists, I think, are very brave to do that. And good for them. I'm happy to do that. I don't personally do that. So these guys are very. And the mentioning the business, they're selling the local drugs, and they are laundering money for big hotels, and they are taking down businesses for money and selling services in some cases. And they make a lot of money for business, and they're in prison. So they can talk about it. This is what they want to talk about because there's no double jeopardy. They've been incarcerated for it. And they're just not in shock. And you're just, so it's worth it because the risk is very low. But if you actually want to weaken the really, extremely big justice that's a lot of cities in America, including some in the American cities. If you want to understand how to weaken these groups over time, you have to understand how their business works. And imagine you were made like whatever the oil cigar of the United States. Or maybe you're tracking the finances, right? If you're the regulator, the oil and energy, right? And you get your job, and someone says, and you're like, well, how many firms are there? What do they sell? What are the prices? And everyone's like, well, how many? We don't really know. You would not be very good, right? And if you're a policeman or you're someone who's in charge of you're just a regulator. You're trying to regulate an industry. You're regulating an industry that happens to be in the city. There's no information. And so that's kind of what we do. We figure out how the system works. And like, what are the economic incentives or political incentives?
And interviews,
It helps a lot. Yeah. We do that. So we have, I don't see every some of those, but I'm on the side, my standard is okay. It's not great, but that's not really to do. Well, it's really because I thought I'm just no totally real prison talks themselves and speaking the dialect. It's tough. But more importantly, like I just have to be there. That's not I'm a quantitative scholar. I'm the guy who collects the data. So we have people on our team, colleagues and employees who are doing full time. And then I just sometimes go. So
what about the youth in Uganda?
Yeah.
The colony being not in war. You can see here he kidnapped 591 children in 3 years.
They must have kidnapped. They probably kidnapped for at least a short time, like a few hours to a day, more than 50,000.
As a terror tactic?
A little bit. Most of those people they just let go after the period. They tried to hold on to thousands. The short story, listen, if you're not small clandestine terror organization that tries to do different sort of tactics. But if you want a conventional army and you don't want to give up, then you have to conscript. And if you want to conscript and you don't, here we conscript, and then if you run away, we'll keep you. And we control the whole territory, so it's a credible promise. If you're a small insurgency organization, people can run away, and then you can't promise to shoot them very easily because you don't control the territory. And so what these movements do is they try to brainwash you. And I think what they figured out after years of abducting children, other people, they figured out that, we have to maybe I don't know, I feel like maybe 1 in 3 will buy this. So we just have to conscript our large number of kids, and then some small number of them are not going to pray. And those will be our kinetic companies. And those people can become freelancers. And because they'll buy the propaganda and they'll buy the messianic messages. But because most people rise up, we have, especially for girls, we just have to abduct vast numbers of kids in the project. And so it has the other benefit of sort of being terrifying for the population and being a weapon in itself. But I think for them, it's just primarily a way to solve the recruitment problem when you're totally hopeless and ideologically rebel. So in some sense, that's maybe the picture.
I heard one interview with the dictator, where the journalist was basically telling them, how could you be doing this? Basically calling out all the atrocities the person was committing, and the dictator was laughing it off and walked away. But I feel like it's very unproductive. You're basically stating the thing that everyone knows his face. Maybe that's pleasant to somebody, but that feels unproductive. It feels like the goal should be some level of understanding.
Yeah. He's super elusive. I mean, why he's doing this? I mean, why he's got this? I don't know. It's not a great example of that's. The way I look at that situation is a little bit particular the way Uganda works, but most of the political leadership and most of its post-independence history came from the north of the country. That was like the power base. And it was dictatorial. You've heard of people like Idi Amin, people like Milton Obote, all these people were all from the and then you get the current president who came trial in 1986. He's been around for a long time, but he was from the South. And he was fighting against these dictators, and he was fighting for a freer and better Uganda. In many ways, I mean, he's still a dictator himself, but he did create a freer and better Uganda. So he's better than this. He's a thug, but he's better than beforehand. And he came to power. He was like, and the Northerners were like, we want to keep up the fight. And he was like, you know what, you guys, I'm strong enough to continue. Let you guys go. You want to have the crazy insurgency up there? Some kook believes he's like speaking, through the Holy Spirit, speaking through him, and he's going to totally disrupt the North. I don't care. That's great. You guys just fester and fight, and that's going to totally destabilize this judicial power base, and that's just going to help you consolidate control. So he was not a crowd leader who allowed a lunatic to run around and cause mayhem because it was in his political interest to do so. And there's no puzzle. It's in some ways it's that. Yeah, it took me a lot. Well, you know what? It's not so easy. In the middle of it, I didn't understand that. I don't think a lot of people did. And I'm not. I think I could persuade most people who study it to see it that way. I think that would make sense to people, but it didn't make sense in the moment. In the moment this is happening, it's terrible, and you try to realize how avoidable it was. That basically it was the absence of effective police actions that kept the lunatic from being contained. And that lunatic would never, he's not that skillful just never to feel shut it down. The opposite. That's what I meant. Like that unchecked leader. Not only do you not go to the cost, but you might have a private incentive as an autocrat to like see that violence happen. And in this case, it was just keeping the troublesome part of the country busy.
If it's okay to look at the other wars, so we talked about drug wars and are there other wars that stand out to you as good lessons? We can jump around a little bit. Maybe if you can return briefly at World War II. Your framework, if World War II had been this is one of the most traumatic wars, global wars.
And one obvious driver of that war was the things that Hitler valued, and it was able to use his autocratic power to either convince other people or to suppress them. And so some people stopped there, say that, and then in the West, basically, and then of course they were able, because they were such the power was, they were able to sort of make the exit Western Europe that you can kind of see the full, letting Nazis march into Denmark without a fight, or France folding very quickly. You can kind of see as like an appeasement, an acknowledgement of their superiority and ability to bargain without much of a fight. And then you can see the Western response as a principal step. I think and there's a lot of truth to that. In terms of the future forces, a lot of political scientists see a version of a written problem, basically where Germany says, you know what, we're strong now, we're temporarily strong, we're not going to be this strong forever. If we can get this terrible bargain and get everyone to capitulate through violence, if we strike now, and then solidify our power, and keep these, in World War I, prevent the rise of Russia, and prevent the strengthening of and we have an incentive to strike now. And there's a window of opportunity, I suppose, that we thought was closing. I don't know that story is as persuasive in World War II. I think there was an element of a closing window.
They kept talking about a closing window. Never really thought of a closing window. I think the nature of that window is different in that there's kind of prison. It seems like if war broke out, most nations would not be ready to defy that. Like people with leaders in power, they weren't ready, so the economy is really right now. I wonder how often it is the case with leaders in war and with the economy now.
The other commitment problem, the other shift that was happening that is kind of wrapped up with this ideology, is this idea of like a cultural and democratic window of opportunity. That if you wanted, it's conditional on having these views of the Germanic people and the pure race, and that now is the high strike now for any opportunity to sort of establish that is possible. I think that's why it's an incentive that requires his ideology as well.
How do you avoid it? Yeah, would you say is there that you kind of provide an explanation? Is there a way to avoid it? Is violence the way to avoid it? Because people kind of tried rational, peaceful kind of usual negotiation, and that led to this war. Is that unique to this particular one? Let's say World War I. There's extra pressure on Germany and both wars that happened. So we found that is there a way to alleviate that extra pressure that happened?
Let me use World War I as an example. Suppose, as many German generals said at that time, with the window of opportunity before Russia, where we might not win a war with Russia. So the probability that we can win a war is changing. Maybe we're in a much better bargaining position, both to not use violence, but if necessary, because otherwise Russia's going to be extremely powerful in the future, and they'll be able to use that power to change the bargaining position. To like, well, keep us down. And the thing is in principle, Russia could say, look, We don't want to get invaded. We know you could invade us. We know, you know, we promise to like not wield our and use our, or just merely just sort of take what we can pick up in the future when we're strong. We're going to restrain ourselves in the future, or we're going to hand over something that makes it powerful. Because that's the bargain that we make this. And the reason political economists call it commitment policy is because that's a commitment that would solve the problem. And they can't make that commitment because there's nobody who will hold them. So anything, any international legal architecture, any set of enforceable agreements, any UN Security Council, any world government, anything that would help you make that commitment is a solution. All right, if that's the problem. And so that's why, you know, regime, you know, the La Fostina can do that. They can say, listen, yes, kind of strong today is going to be weak tomorrow. You have an incentive to remove this problem. But because they're going to be strong. But guess what? We're not going to do that, and we're going to make sure, we're going to promise that when these guys do get strong, we're going to restrain what they can do. I mean, most of our constitutions in most stable countries have done precisely that, right? There's a lot of complaining right now in the United States about the way that the Constitution apportions power between states. That was a deal. That was a commitment. The Constitution was a deal made to a bunch of states that knew they were going to be in the future because of economic and demographic trends, or guess they might be. And it said, listen, you cooperate and we'll commit not to basically ignore your interests. And now, you know, 250 years later, we're still honoring those commitments. It was part of the deal that meant that it would be a union. And so we do this all the time. So Constitution is a good example of how every country's constitution, especially a country who's writing a constitution after a war, that constitution and all of the other institutions are in a attempt to like provide commitment to groups who are worried about future shifts in power.
Yeah, does that help with avoid civil war? So could you speak to lessons you learned from civil wars, the African Civil War, and any others?
So Lebanon, one of the ways Lebanon tried for a long time to preserve the interests of minority groups, powerful minority groups who were powerful at the time, and knew that the demographics were against them, to guarantee, you know, this ethnic religious group gets the presidency, this ethnic religious group gets the prime ministership, and this ethnic, and a lot of countries would apportion seats in parliament to different religious groups, and that's an attempt to like give a group that's temporarily powerful some assurances that when they're weak in the future, that they'll still have a say. Right? Just like we portion seats in the Senate in a way that's not demographically representative, but is like unequal, quote unquote, in the sense that help people be confident that there won't be a candidate majority. And now that just happens to be like a really unstable arrangement. You know, eventually, like the de facto power on the ground gets so out of line with a really rigid system of presidency goes to this sector that it didn't last, right? So, but you can think of every post-conflict agreement and every constitution is like a little bit of human's best effort to find an agreement that's going to protect the interests of a group that's temporarily has an interest in violence. Is not too violent.
Yeah.
And so there's a lot of ingenuity, and it doesn't always work, right?
Which actually, from the perspective of the group, preventing violence, actually doing violence, when you progress to the
We're talking about groups fighting stuff, right? We're talking about Russians versus Ukraine, Russian versus Iraq, or maybe it's managing gangs versus one another. Like, a lot of their bargaining power comes from their community, right? And so if I want to have more bargaining power, I can arm a lot, and I can threaten violence. And so the strategically wise thing to do in parallel, it's a terrible equilibrium for us to be built into, but the strategically wise thing to do is to build up lots of arms to threaten like incredibly great reason, but then trust or hope that like your enemy's going to see reason and and avoid this really terrible inefficient thing. Just like, but the thing that's going on all the time is both of these armies spending like 20% of GDP or whatever on arms. That's pretty efficient. That's the tragedy. You don't have war, and that's good. But we have really limited abilities to like incentivize our enemies not to harm and to keep ourselves from harm. We love to agree with 20%, but we can't. And so the mess is that we have the threat.
The threat of violence is crossing under us. The actually pulled up this is the paper, like, the big title called Civil War. The name was what's that about?
Well, that was, I mean, when I finished in graduate school and people with my advisor at Miguel at Berkeley,
Most nations would take the experience and internal armed conflicts and stuff while it were used for national
maybe last year or just graduated.
I wish that was the thing that really big. Yet while civil war is central to many nations around it stood the history of economic research and teaching and so on and so forth. And this is looking at sure what do with our history or just the civil war.
Mostly looking at the late 20th century. I mean, I was trained as a called 12 economist, which is somebody who studies why some places are poor and why some places are rich. And I, like a number of people around that time, stumbled into. I mean, people have been studying the wealth and housing basically since the 1900s. Um, but there was a big blind spot for like, now there isn't anymore. It's like a flourishing area of study, but in economics. But at the time it wasn't. And so there were people like me and Ted who were sort of practical scientists. Because political scientists obviously for a long time. We started reading economic tools and speaking kind of partnerships with scientists and adding to it. And so we wrote this. So after like people have been doing this for 5 years in our field, we wrote a review article telling economists like what was going on. So this was like a summary for them. So in some ways a lot into the field of this article. This article, I mean, it's designed to be not written as like a Formula One for this system, which is like, that's the purpose of this article. So we just for graduate students and professors, you know, working to work on what we knew. This book is like now trying to like not just for what economists do, but sort of say what scientists, political scientists, psychologists, sociologists, and folks like what's what do we bring some sense to the project and policymakers like what do we know and what do we know about world peace? Even because you don't know what the reason for those are, you're probably not going to design right here. And so anyway, so that was the but I started off studying for wars and because I stumbled into this place where I was basically their access. I had no intention of working civil wars, never thought of drug dealers. And then, basically I followed a woman there. And
I almost for people who just watch that, where the music team comes helping out when pictures and articles and so on. Closest to that, I can put pictures on Instagram and we're trying to do it like that. And then we can just start analyze what the George went through all of these things for people to do. Let me ask you one most critical thing going on in the world today. Nuclear Palestine. Will we ever see peace in this part of the world? And your book's title is The Reach of War and Path of Peace. It's something what's the path of peace? Will we ever see peace?
yeah, if you think about this uh, conflict in the sense of like this sort of this contest that's been it's going on for a century, and they're really just 10 or 15 years of pretty serious violence in that span of time. Most of it from 2000, 2009, and stretching to like 2015. They're like sporadic incidents, which are really terrible. I'm not going to diminish the atrocities, by the way. I'm just trying to point out that whatever's happening as unpleasant and challenging and difficult as it is, it's actually not. So it is actually, it's sort of an uneasy filmmaker, because Israelis and Palestinians are actually pretty good at sort of keeping this at a relatively low scale violence. There's a whole bunch of like low scale, sporadic violence that can be repression of civilians, it can be terror bombings and terror actions, it can be counter terror violence, it can be mass arrests, it can be repression of people go, it can be papers, all these things that are happening, right? And it can be sporadic 3-week wars, or sporadic, very brief episodes of intense violence where everybody sees that and then settles down to this uneasy. That's not like, the right now to think about is like there should be no stable agreement, right? So a stable agreement and amity and any ability to move on from this extreme hostility, we're not there yet, and that's maybe very far away. But this is a good example of two rivals who most of the time avoid it.
You talked about this, like most of the time, rivals just like avoiding violence and hating each other. Is this what peace? If you answer my question,
Yeah, sometimes, I mean,
is this what peace looks like?
not always, but it's kind of my word. To go back to the Ukraine example, but like it's really hard. It's going to be really hard to find an agreement that both sides can feel they can honor, that they can be explicit about.
Yo, what's going on, big dog? How are you?
Yeah, it feels like the first step in a long journey towards a great civilization, peaceful time, flourishing, that kind of thing.
I mean, you can think of like what's Israel Palestine versus Syria. Both of them are exhausted from the violence that has occurred. Neither one of them is quite able for various reasons to create this sort of stable agreement. There's a lot of really difficult issues. And maybe we'll end up in the same situation. This is where if everybody stops fighting one another, but Russia will lose the country, and nobody really manages to fight for that might be a lot of tension and violence. But then never really progresses to war for 30 years. That would be a sad, but maybe
Alright, what's your favorite bowling movie?
outcome. So that's kind of the
Excellent. You know what's an interesting fact about
and
the
so
basket?
someone, if we're going to talk about why
You
you
never
fight,
show
the
the
question you have to
basket.
ask is like, why?
Oh,
The second thing to think about it, like that was the most
okay. What's your second favorite bowling movie?
And why did that last several years?
Yes, because of that.
You could analyze that. What was it?
I'm sure there are others. So those are the big ones. James Bond. It's amazing. What do you average when you bowl?
And I'm going to talk about that.
Yes, so do I. What do you
I
average?
want to avoid really contemporary conflicts for two reasons. One is
Okay, have you
things will
broken
change very
100?
quickly. I didn't want the book to be dated. I want this to be a book.
I think that would be
That
a
would be relevant
um,
10 years.
I can't say that it's been a while, but still one of my favorite hobbies.
Circumstances
And
can change. So I
yeah,
wanted it to
well,
be
are you going against, are you going to play ball against friends or
things and
family
changing.
or what?
But of course, I think about this a lot of my time. I
Are
decided
you
actually
gonna-
last
are you
year
gonna let
class
them in?
where I take all these contemporary conflicts that wasn't
Excellent. Take no prisoners.
curriculum, but then I wasn't really an expert, whether it's
Excellent.
Pakistan, China,
And she is a
Iran,
big ball.
so Palestine, Mexican, cartel state drug wars, and a few others. And then teach
How
class
have
on
you,
it.
what kind of
It's
ball do
easy.
you
You work through it. You read the book, and then we say, all right, none of us are experts. How do we make sense? And we
Okay.
focus on these real
You're
Palestine
launching it down
most
there.
trying to understand why it's not so badly.
Oh, I love
And
it.
spend a little bit of time on it. Let the
That
prospects
works very well.
something
Excellent.
that's more enjoyable.
I know that's like now.
Yeah.
I think I
You
might
execute before the else has been.
It's
check
older than
I got
that.
these huge muscles.
Well, Israel is in like a tough place. They have this
I
attachment to these further conflicts, attachment to liberal ideas, they have an
Fantasy
attachment to
football
democracy,
officially
and they have
finished.
an attachment to a Jewish state.
I will give you the
And
results
those
right
things
now.
are not
This
so
is
easily
very
compatible.
important information, not
Because
just for the
to
sake of
recognize
sport,
like,
but for the sake of
non-Jewish
so
people,
here we are. The winner
or to
was Rothschild.
or to create a one-state solution to
That
Israeli
is
conflict.
Do you know who that
undermines
is?
the long-term ability of the
Actually, White just yeah.
And to do anything else that would deny
He
that
had a really good. He had a really good year this year.
their
He beat
liberal
8.5,
democratic ideal.
and that was the
And,
championship.
and that's a
Everybody
really
changed
hard
Rabbi on the other hand in
contest
deadlock.
of
The reason why
that's not the
I
first
wasn't
party
in deadlock, I was in a solid 10. But then I just decided, you know what, I'm going to pick up some really good players like Andre, who hasn't played in years, and some other guys, and I just started them so that I could lock up and throw the ball for myself. I go by the Talladega Nights mentality of not first or last, so why not on the DFL? And it was so much fun. You should have can do it next year. It was excellent fucking blast. Really, really exciting. Loved it. Yeah, shout out to Yo-Yo for getting it organized and everything. And I'd say that there's no one was too mean to anybody else in it.
a lot of people
Pretty good. I gotta say, I kind of feel bad for Red Cloud though. The coin, when it started, was worth more when it ended. So, it wasn't different for exactly. And I can imagine most people discovered that we'll see our big point. And
my sympathy for that person, I think it's like,
fans
the
of
fact that people are
wishing
not
they
represented and
and that's
they
just
got
all
a
of them.
very politics kind of feel like most people in this field got this politics feel, right? Where somebody throws something.
That's the one, the only James Kaminsky, everybody. The man, the myth, the legend. Shout out to James.
Right.
He's an amazing individual.
And both
Take
sides
care, my friend.
are in a principled way refusing to make the compromise.
Yeah.
And that's not like a both sides are right kind of argument. I'm saying,
That's a meeting girlfriend
everyone wants to compromise on certain
3 months ago or something.
and they're both can construct and somebody's have very reasonable. I will have self-justification for this thing. And that's why I'm not very hopeful. I don't see a way
As I was saying,
to for them to resolve this thing. Speaking of compromise,
I want to ask you about the last point, which will be in the future. China and the United States. How do we avoid
I wish that we would do one for
this other
baseball.
superpower?
Basketball is kind of
Decades,
over already, but
years,
baseball, we can do. Baseball is a lot.
time
You know,
is exciting and
then you have to be on the ball. Football, they're only like
You know, this
18 weeks and yourself, so it's much easier to manage. You just have to be baseball. I played baseball one time.
Really fundamental
One of the
because those two things reduce
he invited me to play.
when we were talking about
It was interesting. I didn't know. I know a lot about baseball, but I didn't know that much about all the players at that time. Like I knew more older baseball information, and it was like every day I come to the road, he would give me a rundown of how my team did. And it was like, dude, okay, I get it. You've got a really good team, and you're really excited for it. Calm down, dude. But yeah, baseball it could be fun. I'm actually I just did a basketball one. It was actually 25 basketball teams. 25 basketball teams. And 25 fantasy hockey. And after like 3 games into either of them, I don't want to say that it was too much to be able to manage all
And
that
if we're
stuff.
socially inclined to make social relationships with linkages, family, or intermarriage, or whatever, this is all these things will help. And then if we're ideologically
Fantasy football alone turns me from someone who would go like years without watching football at all to I will watch like every single game. I'll watch Thursday games, I'll watch Sunday games, I'll watch Monday games.
So I would be
just that one thing is having the constant
You have to talk
excitement of
nationalism,
going head to head against people that just totally
whatever
changes
could
the
either
sport.
follow sanctions or closer China's alliance with Russia. All those things could happen. Those would make me more worried because I think we've got officially economic, social,
So social on the internet, I guess you could make friends with the people from different people.
yeah.
Fall in love. You know, lots of stuff that people also fall in love.
The thing that also should comfort me with China is that China is not as centralized as Christian life within Russia, for example. And neither one of them is really centralized with personalized like some like purely personalized dictatorship. If you go into some the fact that China has much more widely shared is a big insulation, I think, against this war, the future war. Um, the, the attempts by Xi Jinping to personalize power over time to a more centralized and personal rule place, which is exactly moving also. So anything that moves in the other direction, not necessarily being democratic, but just like a wider group of people holding power, like all the business leaders and all the things that have happened in the last few centuries actually require power. But anything that's moving in the other direction does move because it's that's where it comes from.
I am worried about the political civilization. So one of the things we see with China
Right,
problem is
right.
after but there seems to be a bigger cultural gap in the other schools. Where it's like comes with its own world, its own rules in the United States. And yeah, very cultural. It's not that like we're not competing superpowers. They're almost like Green Girl that there's that feeling, and I think that means there's a lack of understanding.
I'm with you. I'm with you. The cell phone and the smartphone has changed
Movies,
attention span.
musicals, and
When
explore
before I
culture.
could go to a movie, watch the
Like it's okay
movie,
to compete.
now
Like
it's
Rocky, where
what's going on the internet? There's anything new
Rothschild,
that's going on. That promo, fear of missing out. And that becomes very big. And the same with sporting events. When, because they're so long, and there are so many
those
greats
two superpowers
that
in the movies.
I want to get on. I want to see what's going on in other games. I want to see. I mean, just
I do
whatever it
think
is.
there's a
I
certain
hate it. I hate it that I'm so
there
addicted.
in
But
politics.
I think that
harder for
the
even just to learn about it
the world has changed probably over the last
and vice versa.
10 to 15 years just because of
So I think
the
that's true.
ability to
But
have a cell phone
at
wherever you
the
are.
same time, we can
To be
point to
able
all
to get
sorts of
that
things in
constant
massive amounts of Chinese immigration into the United States.
It's
Massive
the
numbers
sad
of people who
thing,
now
and if it's ever taken
so many
away,
more Americans,
meaning like
business
if
people,
society didn't have it anymore,
so much
it would be like this huge
like
awakening, like, oh, we're supposed to interact
so I
with
don't
each
know
other.
where
We're supposed to,
you know, but you're right, there's like a big gulf there.
right. I know,
But lots of inter-Chinese in the United States, sexual, and not the marriage, not social things.
that's what
So once again, we're trying to love.
that's what gets me. Before I started doing this, I wouldn't use my phone from Friday
The
sundown
reads,
till Saturday sundown.
dedicate this
And
to a slow,
fortunately, I was in a community still at that
because it's something in the past
we would play.
work with, and
Right, we would play board games on Saturday. So it was at least something to get your mind off it, and you wouldn't be tempted. But I'm telling you what, as soon as it was slimmed down a little bit, everybody just there's something on Saturday night. It's called $100, basically.
Tell me, Chris, how you found that.
Where once that's done, everybody's on their phone, checking their email, getting back to everything, getting the replies and everything. It really made me appreciate when I would do it 6 days a week, having that Saturday off. But now I find that if I'm able to use it, and I'm not a solution for it's just
so I went and I went to the most dynamic place to try to create the guy to something like that. Okay. And so I went and I got a job at the World Bank doing running a firm survey, and I convinced them to let me help run the firm survey. And so now I'm in Nairobi and I'm doing my student with the World Bank for the summer, and my laptop gets stolen by two enterprising returning.
These guys,
so I find myself like,
Bitcoin,
no laptop, and like, you know,
server,
exactly. Can you
they no longer make fun of me constantly, which is like a huge win for me. When I wish them a good day every day, I'll get something like positive feedback. I made they made
and decide all the time. And I said things true all over.
I know I said that I made it the other day,
and I sort of strategically decided to
made it smaller.
came in, and it turned into a psychologist.
It doesn't do exactly what I want. Like usually when you send a gift, it's like movement immediately. But mine, for some reason that I don't understand why, it needs some time to grow. I think it's because it's really big, but even when I optimize it takes some time. So you should have it in your box.
And I think she talked to me in spite of the fact
click on it, and
maybe because I knew it, which most people do.
It will.
We had a
It's basically all my shit. So that if you were like, what is this?
and then it was kind of,
It just, you know what I mean? It's like one thing that it's like an overwhelming amount of stuff. So I think
I was
I
chatting with something I knew to do from
first day
young professor
to
was
just say,
saying
like, give Discord members something like that. Because I have another Discord that I'd like to share. And it's such a like,
you guys would have
kids
professional research,
but it's all just stuff like, no one makes a gift with like words in it, just scroll and everything. That but anyway, I looked at like other positive I really think okay, so the saying that I always I don't remember.
Over the course of this year,
Like they're getting really nice.
ambitious, crazy, and like basically what it was. We were gonna like find the names, and all the kids were born like 20 to 30 years ago in the region, and we were gonna track 1,000 of them. We were gonna randomly sample them, and then we were gonna find them today. And we were gonna track them, and then we were gonna use like some variation in exposure to violence and murder, which was actually like show what happens to people in their exposed violence and conscription. We were gonna like tell you like psychologically, economically, we were gonna answer questions, and that which would help you design better programs, right? So we have this plan which is totally documented. So documented that when I pulled my previous dissertation proposal from my committee like the next week and gave them a new one, they unanimously met without to decide that this was totally bonkers. They advised me not to go, and they coordinated between my old proposals so that when I showed it to my defense, they said, "You're actually thinking, but you're actually, we want you to only talk about this other thing we're going to do because this is like, you should not go."
Yeah, I mean, it is incredible. It's super interesting.
It actually worked exactly 20 times. The first and last time in my entire career.
So she pulled off just like it's gigantically crazy.
Well, all of my work, that's my shtick. My day-to-day research job is not writing books, but my thing is like, I go, I collect data. Nobody else does. I collect data. And so I always do pull it off, but it never like it's always, it's so many twists and turns. It always was, that was in an interesting way, and it works. But this one actually we pulled it off in spite of ourselves, and that's planned. And so Ted Gell, who I wrote the paper with, was actually one person. Well,
they're asking
you know,
like
he's like,
we've come a long way. They were just making fun of all kinds of shit, and now they're actually making a version of it. So,
and I don't know, I always remember that movie Speed, the kid Reeves.
There's a saying.
Whatever people are, he had this relationship with these. And I think at the end of the movie, they were sort of like, this will never work because these relationships and these circumstances never matter, which is what we assume. And no,
God,
I'm about future because I've been married
just don't know.
15 years, 2 kids. And that's when you fell in
Yo,
love
what's
with
that God
psychology
verse?
and to appreciate
First
the
they
power.
ignore you,
And so that's the
then they
psychology.
hate you, then they fight you, then you.
And so we end up, for most of our work, for the first time,
What's the hardest piece of that you've been chasing?
Yeah,
that
that's
you've
it.
chased?
And that's
What
basically
are
where
some
we're at.
interesting
So
things?
first they hated me,
One of the things you
first they ignored me,
for
then
one
they hated
another,
me,
you
then
find
they fought with
evidence
me.
and
Now
data.
I'm saying I won. But there are still some people who just
Get
don't
around the struggle of human nature, maybe from an economic perspective. What
they
kind
can
of stuff that you do in your past or in the future?
they can still shit on me.
well,
But
I mean, the
more and more
hardest,
they
it's hard to
are.
do something. The hardest emotionally was interviewing all those kids.
And the thing is,
That was just
like, my thought is this. I could do the same thing with music. If music is Marty, he's got to be using bots. And I understand, I get it, everybody uses bots, but his Discord is smaller than my Discord. And for him to get 2,000 or 3,000 or even 1,000 people simultaneously is just not very realistic. Like, in order to get those kind of numbers, you need like a large. I mean, do you think he's using bots? Yeah.
He has at least half of them pretty consistent. Now, as far as what we were talking about before,
Right.
the majority of people act, and
Ah, yeah, no, I get that. I'm listening to that slow mo, but I get it. If you turn on slow mo, yeah, exactly. Um, well, I um, I can tell you he has a lot more real people than his kick people. The reason why I say that is that I have this twice. Another that's only I know of has a ton of people watching me. One of the times was from him. The other, and I made friends from him. The only reason why I was unable to continue with those friends is I lost the account of which I would communicate with them. So I have, like, I would text with them. Like, when you're texting with people, that's pretty, like, you and I are super close, but we don't text. Like, I don't have a number, but I used to. But I no, I was on a it was like a free plan, and it ran out. The government stopped doing it, right? And so when I when I need a and I just didn't need a $50 bill every single month that I wasn't really calling. I didn't really have anybody to call. So whenever I need to call, I'm able to just get like a temporary one. But it's just like $600 a year that I didn't need, and um, yeah, I mean, and I've had it. Like I had a when I first started streaming, I really wanted to just be like the best IRL streamer that there was. So I bought four different lines and four different phones, and I would just like put them all over and have four lines streaming me at once. And then those bills would come in at like $280 a month, and it just was like, okay, well I can do this while I've got a job, but then when I started doing this full time, it was like, okay, I kept one line going, and actually I had two lines. So I kept two lines going, then that went to one line, and then it was like I would look at my phone, and the people who would call me would be people from who I met on Discord, who I met on, um, or who I met on, like Telegram. They were like the same people. I shouldn't say that. I had friends who would text me or something like that, but it wasn't like major connections. And I would also email with those friends. So I recognize that okay, as long as I'm doing this, I don't want to have any bill. I've got rent, which is, like the biggest bill that I have, and I need to cut everything out. So I recognize that cutting out a cell phone and cutting out like Netflix and Hulu and all that stuff saves me a couple $100 a month, which has been allowed me to do this much longer than I really thought I'd ever have to do. I never thought when I started this that it would be 3 years. I thought it would be 1 year maximum. I figured, oh, if people find out I've done this for a year, that'll be, but my internet, especially then, wasn't that strong. And then my, even when, like, I had a family plan with Verizon that had unlimited data. And I figured, oh, this is it. I'll be able to put these phones all around my room and not even need my Wi-Fi at home, not knowing that you can do that for about 2 days and then you get throttled. And once you're throttled, especially on the upload, you're done. And yeah, so I thought about it. I used this plan I told that about, but again, it's $60 a month. I'm trying to get cheaper plans, but these guys are always paying 50, $60 a month. And exactly. Right. But that unlimited, that unlimited diet, I feel like it's one everything. Not unlimited. Exactly. And the threading is quite low. It will, like, depends on how you use it. The amount of data that I use in a month is like terabytes. And no phone line can expect that to be normal usage. That's what they call it. Unlimited under normal usage. And their normal usage is usually 5 gigabytes or 100 gigabytes. But when I'm using terabytes worth of data, it's like there. I don't know the phone service that allows. So um, I should say I do have a phone number. And I do have a line to it, but it's just like a temporary one. Like, and it's not ideal. I mean, it doesn't have data to it. Just like you're talking about, like it's an emergency line that really needs to get a hold of me. But it's kind of crazy as well because I don't have to go and like worry like, hey, somebody. I don't have to like. It's like one less thing I have to do. Like when I was in my career, first thing I would have to check every day is my email to make sure, like, like I basically had a boss. And I didn't like, I mean, no one wants to have a boss. Now, I'm kind of much more free and I like that. And yeah, so beautiful. Um, that's it. I mean, I've got enough problems. I, I appreciate it. You know what? Hold on a second. When your, you send me contact information at one other time, and I believe that's um, yeah, it's just up there. So, what happened? What happened was, so I had like a normal line that you would use to pay, or like I would pay with. But when I started doing this 24/7, I was eligible for like a free phone, like like a lifetime or something. So I used that, but then the government stopped the lifetime program in like using it last year. And when they did that, like, okay, let's see how long I can go without a phone. I'm sure it won't be that long. But then it was like the relief that I decided to have to keep up with. And if anybody needs me, they know to email me. And I have friends who email me and they're like, hey, I see you're still streaming. When are you coming back? They're like, well, once they go viral, it'll be a very big deal. Or you might just see the show there in the show. You're waiting for the out or something. But um, then I started doing jobs like this summer where I could make a little bit of money and just to be able to pay my rent. But I recognize that if I just continue to pick up jobs whenever I need money and I keep my bills really to an absolute minimum, I can do this. I don't want to say indefinitely, but everything comes to an end. But I've got at least another, like internally, I want to do it for the rest of my life. So that part of me doesn't seem like it's going to come to an end. I always worry that the people who own the house one day are going to say, you use too much internet and we're going to take that part out of your lease. And if they do that, then I have to work on getting different internet service provider. But in the meantime, the worst that they've ever done, the internet used to go down all the time. And so the person who owns the house is actually in Iran. I've met them. I used to live with them. They used to live in the house, but they, yeah, yeah. So I would say the same. Yeah, so it, he he owns or he helped us start like an IT company, and his dad is a person who like does most of the management. Like, the guy, his real name. I write checks for this guy. It's like or so something. It's like a very long name. Even every year, I write 12 checks for each month, and I do it all at one time, and I have to have them write down the name for me because I can never get it right. But he goes by Jim. Anyway, he was living here, so we lived together for like 1 or 2 years, and then he moved out, and some of the other people moved in, and that was no big deal. And I always just worked through his dad, but his dad doesn't know English very well, and so whenever I'm like the internet went down, he'd be like, "Huh?" And I'd be like, "Dude, can you please, like, let me?" I used to have to go in his room and unplug the router, and it was just a huge thing. So I finally was like, "Jay, I'm like, Jay, is there any way you can work on the guy who owns the house? Or he goes by Jay. Is there any way you can improve the connectivity?" And he's so he did an audit and he looked, and I mean, just the amount of data that I was using caused me to be the bad guy. And he's like, "What are you uploading?" It's kind of hard to be like, "Hey, I'm spending my life on your dime," basically. But explain to him that I'm a user. And he's like, "All right, well, just don't see anybody else in the house until like you need to watch it." And since I'm on just a month to month leave, at any time they could just be like, "Yeah, we're just going to remove criminals." When I first moved in, this was in like 20, I remember as I was sitting to sign the paperwork, it said to them, I remember the listing said Wi-Fi, which is the only reason why I started, well, two reasons. Was its proximity to my SIM card, but also because it had internet. And I said, "So you have internet, right?" They're like, "Oh, yeah, it's unlimited, so you don't need to worry about it." I'm like, "Oh, okay." Little did they know that I would be the person who probably used it the most, aside from a business, than any individual ever. And yeah, so my biggest worry was that it would take that out. And if they did, then it might be. Because then it's going to be like, at least like, for good internet, it's going to be like 200 perhaps, if I want like unlimited uploading and all that other shit. And so, just going back to work. And not that I'm against it, but because I do enjoy being a project manager. And I have never had a problem getting a job in the past, but I feel like then I can't focus on this. Then when people come in the Discord, I have to keep it the whole time for 8 hours and all this stuff. And that's not ideal. So I recognize that if I keep my food costs down, I keep my bills to nothing, and just have to pay rent. I sold my car. I mean, I've given everything for this, but yeah, like, why did I sell my car? I wasn't going anywhere. Like, it's expensive to go out um, and even just to have insurance on it. So um, that was last year I did that. So I had some money for that. And while not ideal, I just say to myself, there's a light at the end of the tunnel. With each day, I get more and more influence. With each day, more and more people find out about me. And it's just a matter of time until the right group of people sees what I'm doing and endorses it, and I go by it. Now, I actually brought this up because of the music with Marty Discord. He is someone who can somewhat make that happen, though I'm not using his Discord for that. His Discord is just really for nice people. He had Dr. Don come in today. Some really nice people from there. This Wall Street Bets one, I'm telling you, these are the people who are going to do it. And just just a matter of time. I I think that they're starting to grow on them, at least on some of them. And that's what happened in Harry Potter Obama's son Kennedy. They didn't like me at first. They just kicked me out. And then all of a sudden, years go by and you're just a regular, or you're like a pillar of the community. Just think that the same thing's going to happen here. Um, I really think that it could have happened in the Aiden Ross Discord, but Aiden Ross back then allowing just anyone to be able to be in his PC. So I'm basically just been grandfathered in. In the other ones, like Socialize or whatever ones I'm in, because they're so large, no one really pays attention to me. They're like hundreds of thousands of people. I have found a sweet spot with like people who know who I am. There aren't a lot of people streaming at the same time, so they are able to recognize who I am. And it's kind of like a consistent individual. I think if one of these days somebody's going to see that get that I keep posting, and then I have to spam it. And maybe like twice a day, I do it, and maybe it's like, you know what? It's so crazy that just like, what do you want us to do? Just be like, hey, make a post on Reddit, and we'll get the community to upload it and see if it gets any momentum. And if it does, game over. Yeah, let's see. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Well, that's really sweet of the community and sweet. What I do. Now, what I do, I don't. I yeah. They gave up. It's important important to me. I think that people see that this system, they see like rational. It's not like this is a wrong thing. And just
Forget it. You just probably had a regular life.
I I invite people to do as much research on me as they can because that that just means that I'm growing in my influence. Basically, looking at the head stuff. I mean, I'm not a perfect person, and I think everybody has some skeletons in the closet, but generally, I've done my best with every person that I've met to treat them with as much respect as possible. I don't have any, like I've never cheated on a girl. I don't have like a mean ex-girlfriend who's out to get me, or a baby mama, or I've never cheated anybody. I've never been fired. I have only generally like, been as good a person as I can be. Am I perfect? No. But even when I'm imperfect, I feel that my actions can be justified. Like, have I ever told a lie? Yeah. To protect my own life, I've had to lie. I think everybody on earth has. Or have I ever had to, uh, like, have I ever gotten mad at something? Yeah, I've gotten mad at people. But I do my best to not let it necessarily, like, I've never. Yeah, there's nothing like that.
That's not. That's not.
Right? Right. Right. I, I, well, I appreciate that. I don't think that it's I don't think that I'm done with. Internally, I think I'm going to do this. I really do. I think that I get like Meta, Ray-Ban, that automatically upload to the internet, and people would just want to watch what I'm doing 24/7 first person. I think that I used to do that. I have a lot of footage, uh, like where I just recorded myself with my hat, and I actually made this necklace that was a camera and a recording box. They make these things Um, it's just like a box that looks like a little black box. It has one button on it, and when you turn it on, it records all the sound going on around it. It has a large, it has a large uh, storage, so it can store like 32. I think it's a little card too. But basically, what I could do is just turn on this little box and have all of my audio recorded for an entire month, and then I just have to upload it to my computer. If you can have anything else, this box was very indiscreet, but it would just record all the sound that was going on. And then I had a GoPro that and I watched the footage, and I was like, you know what, I would actually like to watch this in the future. If I could always just log in and see what they're doing, whatever they are. If it was just like grass on my face, now we got another right there that kind of do the same thing. They just need to bridge the gap. I don't know. I don't think those metadata automatically upload. That's what they need. It needs to be a constant upload. So you can live out someone's life. That to me would be really exciting. But I got that kind of foresight, and that's what I'd like to do. Um, and I just need to keep being nice to these guys in the Wall Street Bets Discord, and eventually, if they get some big connections, yeah, they'll get behind it because they're about making money. A lot of these guys don't have any money. A lot of them have a lot of money. They want to make money. I just have to convince them of the importance of data, and some of them already recognize it. One of them was asking the other day, they're like, how am I ever going to get out of the riffraff of the um, of the stock market? Like, how, like, what's more important than money? And I said, data. And all these people were like, yeah, you're absolutely right. Data is more important. Money doesn't really have a value. Data at least has some, it is something. Money is just, it has no but data, even if it's not necessarily backed in anything, by anything that has value, because people can use it to learn. That's an important thing. So, I'm slowly convincing some of this. It's not going to happen overnight, but the fact that they haven't kicked me out, and I've been there now like 2 weeks, that's exactly on time. When they used to kick me out all the time.
That was the hardest, but it wasn't hard because of that. You could kids were everywhere. You could
Exactly.
what would have done usually things that have gone before in the middle of the work. Everybody was going through all the things we were doing.
I'm like digit.
Instead of people.
I get them though. That guy with the big swastika, he's nice to me now. And like when before they'd be really, really mean to me. And that's fine if they didn't say one of the good ones. So long as I can be a good influence to them and a light to them, I feel I'm performing my role in this. What I don't like is people who think there's the saying holier than thou, and they think that they're better than everybody because they do something or whatever. They have they have more money than someone, or they have a certain education or whatever. I kind of just see that all as how you were born into that, generally, or you were fortunate enough to be able to make a lot of money in one way or another. But that doesn't make you better than anybody. And I think that shows, especially when you look at people who are very um, determined and are people who pick themselves up by their bootstraps and are willing to make sacrifices people, if given the same opportunity that say, like an Elon Musk would be, they might be trillionaires right now. They wouldn't just be worth $400 million, they'd be worth trillion. Um, One thing that I see happen is somebody like Bill Gates or Jeff Bezos or Elon Musk will be seen in this light that they kind of came from nothing, where they want to make it like they came from nothing. When like Bill Gates' mom was on the board of the University of Washington, his grandfather was on the board of Planned Parenthood, and he comes from a banking background. Um, Jeff Bezos, his grandfather was one of the heads of DARPA that started the internet. So of course you're going to expect his grandson to be a very successful person.
Some
To some extent. Um, well, I mean, if people don't know, well, I mean, some people call it nepotism. I just call it taking care of your own, and I respect that. I'm going to do the same thing with my children and my children's children. I'm going to do my best to set them up. And so, so I understand. And then, but what bothers me is when they try to make it like they didn't come from it. If you want to know the story of Amazon, you watch any Amazon documentary, it all started in a garage. Bill Gates started in a garage. Apple Computer started in a garage. Uh, Elon Musk, and he doesn't really start these companies. His dad, he says, is an electrical engineer, which is true, but his grandfather owned an emerald mine, and his dad has talked about it. And Elon Musk has done his best to downplay this information. It's like, Elon, you have pictures of you next to your dad's Rolls Royce. Nobody's going to think that you came from nothing. So he keeps these pictures, as um, quiet as possible. But I think that there is an opportunity here, especially when it comes to data, that it's just a matter of time. And if I'm wrong, then I'm wrong. Then I sacrificed my life for 3.5 years, or whatever it would be at that time, for the good of the world. I did my best to be a positive influence on everyone that I met. I learned a lot about human sociology and human behavior. I learned a lot about everything. And I could utilize that to go back to project management or app development or anything else that I'm good at, and perhaps be able to continue my life. But at this point, I know that give me another month in the Wall Street Bet server, and they will be wishing me, hey, how are you doing today? And that's what I'm at. That's where at that point, that's when we're cooking. Because then I'll be able to have a little huddle with them and be like, guys, I need your help. Just you guys are very connected on Reddit. Please, like, do is there anyone here who can help me put together some kind of post, and we all just get 25 people to upload. If we get 25 people to upload it, then I can go to the Harry Potter Bombas out of 10 movie group and get them to get 25 people to upload it, and I can get the same for Euclid Marty and Aiden Ross and all the other people who I have, and make enough connections in the world. Um, and that's all that needs to be done. If I were to, I say this, every day I say how much longer I can do this. So I'm very well known. And mark my words, you're 39 today. By both your 40th and my 40th birthday, I think that we'll be writing our own checks. I could be completely wrong. But I just see that where I've grown, like the first 2 years that I was on here, I didn't have much growth at all. Because I kept losing accounts, and it was hard for me to have any consistency. But creating the Discord has allowed me to have more consistency and people be able to connect with me and all of the other things. And then just being, I mean, just a consistent person in all these other discords. Like every single day, somebody comes to me and says, "I see you in 18 different discords a day, 4 different discords a day. You're in all these discords. How are you able to do it?" And it's that's definitely a positive. And I have a feeling that the internet isn't that good. That I mean, I know it's very big. I get it, but at least in social media, if it's in social media, I'm on it, and I have a ton of accounts on it. So once like somebody sees me on, let's say, Reddit or whatever, they're gonna be like, "Oh, this motherfucker spammed me on Twitter." This guy spammed me on Kick every day for 9 months. Like there'll be all these people who know about me, but they just didn't know they were all in the same web or the same network that I was in. And then it'll be really good. There won't be an issue of like, do you know who this person is? The fact I will, I have things lined up kind of where I want them. From a troll perspective, the people who are going to troll me, I already kind of am within the good graces with the trolls already. So it'll almost be like they're going to defend me because they're going to be like, no, he's a normal person. He's been live streaming. Yes, I see that. No, I don't. And I've got a couple other servers that I'm like set in. There's one called Tequila, and people will come in and be really mean to me. Well, they used to. I should say. I haven't been in a long time. And they would come in, and people would back me up and they'd be like, "Hey, don't bother him. Like, he's just doing his thing. Don't bother him. So long as he doesn't break any Discord rules, don't bother him." And I mean, this other one, you've been in at Bias Playhouse. Those people are like, I've just become like a staple of them. They know exactly who I am. They know exactly what I'm doing. They can watch me anytime, and it's just a matter of time. This thing is going to blow up. When it blows up, it's going to be like anything the world has ever seen before. And I think that's when it becomes very exciting. That's the first thing that I want to do. Is, I mean, of course, World Peace is very important. And I'd love to say the first thing that I'm going to be able to do is stop all the wars, but I just don't think that that's realistic. But what I do think is realistic is me showing the struggles that I've had with technology and calling out the CEOs and the quality assurance team and the um, the what would you call it? Like the people who ban you, and I'll be able to say, like, here's a perfect example. We have 2 devices, exact same devices, exact same thing that they're showing. Why is it that this one got banned but this one didn't? Why? And if you can't give me a good reason, then you need to go back to the drawing board and overhaul everything and make sure that it becomes consistent. Because it's not fair. And another thing that I would say, I would call on, well, there are some things that I would really call on, at least the United States government. Not anything that I feel is very controversial. I don't think that it's right for people to be able to hit children, and I'm very serious about this. I think I could get every person in Congress to pass a piece of legislation to protect children against getting hit, especially by other people. Paris Hilton just passed one recently. I don't know if you saw this, but basically, she passed a piece of legislation on how to protect children about like if you're in a like some kind of like development home, like they shouldn't be able to hit you. And I want to expand that uh, to children boot camps where they're away from their phones and they can get really deep. Here's why. How hard is too hard when you hit Good question. Exactly. 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 We're all different. We're all different sizes. Different sizes. Can I use a weapon? And if so, which one? Which ones are alive? Can I use a belt? Can I use a wooden spoon? Can I use a shoe? Can I can't go up to an adult and hit them with a belt, but I can my child. It doesn't make any sense. It really doesn't. It's never made sense to me, and I want to stop child abuse. I fortunately have not been someone who had to undergo some of the fear that other children go through, but I want to stop it nationwide. Sweden was the first country to stop this in the 1970s. And it's like if they've been doing this for 50 years, why can't we? Okay, so that's a piece of, like that's a piece of legislation I want to see pass, and I would be a major advocate for it. I know I can't change everything in the world, but I could focus on something. But really, it would be on technology and improvement of technology. One of the biggest things would be defaults. I would just say, why is it that when I start my computer up, that it just doesn't go to defaults very well? Meaning, um, like, or even my phone. Like, uh, my browser that generally knows what I want to do, but I have to set that all as a home page. A lot of these things are manual things that you have to do. And I just feel that there could be a, hey, we're AI, we know exactly what you do on a daily basis. You log in your computer, you check your email, and then you browse the internet or whatever. Do you want us to do this for you? And you can say no, but I feel like just having defaults for people would save people a lot of time. And another thing that I think could be done is updates to devices should be done in the background. I shouldn't be on my computer and all of a sudden it says, hey, we need to install an update, and then it just restarts something. That just happens to anxiety and just little things like this. I could just almost like how Elon Musk tweets about things and then like they get done because it really brings attention to them. Oh, the rabbi tweeted about this or whatever, and it got attention. Another thing that I don't think is fair, like so for instance, um, if you want to hire someone in the United States, there are all kinds of legalities that you have to essentially adhere to, especially when it comes to discrimination. Like, you can't discriminate on people over age 40. You can't discriminate against people based on their gender or most, well, now it is gender, but or like their sexual preferences or their race. Okay, but if you are a social media platform, you can. And the fact that these social media platforms are paying people, to me, it makes them fairly similar to an employer. And so I feel that they should have to adhere to the same types of policies. Meaning, if we're looking at all of the people who you're banning, and they seem to be like in a protected class, you can get in trouble for that. The reason why I say this, I noticed this on some platforms, and I could be wrong, but there were like TikTok, I feel did not have when I was starting up in all of these different platforms. I just noticed there weren't that many African Americans on TikTok using TikTok or getting featured on my feed on TikTok. And I wanted that. I mean, I really I have a lot of black friends and I like black people a lot and I thought this was strange. And then I would go to Bigo, which is another one that's similar, and it was like filled with African American people. And I would ask them, like, why aren't you on TikTok? You have really great time. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. Oh, I got banned from TikTok. And it's like, well, it's a Chinese company. And it's basically like enforcing their own rules. But you couldn't do that in the United States. You couldn't just say, like, well, whatever this person said, or what, like, for instance, I think a lot of the African American community has gotten banned for the N word because it's used within that community colloquially. But if you use it on TikTok, you get banned. So that to me is unfair. And without going into the nuances of the hard R versus the A or anything like that, they could just choose a word, and a word that is used a lot within one certain culture. Whenever that word is used, they can get rid of it. That's me discriminating. There are other things that I don't like. I mean, really the big one I think that I will be with which I could be an advocate is the nipple, freeing the nipple. The fact that with all things being equal, if you have a man with his shirt off at the beach, that's great content for TikTok and Instagram. You have a woman do it, she loses the ability to provide for herself and her family. That is de facto discrimination. I don't like it. It's not that I want to see nipples. If I want to see nipples, I can see all the nipples that I want. I look at my own nipples, I look at the hottest chicks in the world's nipples. That's not the thing. It's the fact that it's like a computer making a determination as to someone's gender and discriminating against them. So those are some easy ones. I think that I might be able to change. The hard ones are, defense contractors and the Federal Reserve and that kind of stuff. Those are ones I don't think I'll be able to change. But I think I'd be able to make at least some big changes in my life. And at the end of the day, and like I just put the word, I know that every day I'm going to improve the world in my own way. And when you can do that, that's a very gratifying aspect of your life. Read that. Uh, okay.
I've done that before. So now lots of people do it.
Could you actually speak to their stories? What looks like the shape of yourself? What evil common theme? What how did that those stories change?
Remember, I said you can't deal with the dispassion itself and passion itself. I think I have to learn to create the dispassion itself. I mean, we all have that capacity when we analyze something with scholar and people different than us, but we have to. I think I discovered and developed an ability to like put those aside in order to be able to study this. So you get to be harder in the way that you have to be intelligent. You have to try to remember that it's really horrible. Like, if I want to conscript you, and I don't want you to run away, but I want to make you think you can never go back to your village. And the best way for me to do that is to make you, force you to do something that you feel really, really horrible. That you almost incredibly believe you can never really go back. And it might be like something like one. And so, just hearing people tell you that story in all the different shapes and forms, to the point, what was horrible about it is they did it so routinely that you'd be sitting there in an interview and they'd be telling you the story, and it's like the most horrible thing that could happen to you. And there's some voice in the back of your mind saying, okay, you really need to. You know, I know how this goes. Like, you're saying, like, okay, well, I'm not learning anything new here. Like, there's some, meet people, a horrible part of you that's really happy. Like, let's get onto the other thing. I don't want to do this. But every day you do that, you get to that. Because you're trying to actually understand how to help people. You're trying to understand how that trauma can happen. How do I, some people get trauma really that. Some people get used to it. And if you want to know how to help people, then you need to get to that. I wasn't trying to get to something for my selfish purposes, but I was trying to figure out, okay, you need to know what your symptoms are now.
Yeah, name of bodies. If you're surrounded by trauma. Yeah, so it's in the back of your head that you just go, yeah, I know exactly where the conversation goes. Let's get the help to the solutions to the next.
So that was because you then have to do it. So it's very helpful if you like come home every night with someone who's very doctor who's a professional and very good at clinical psychologists. The hardest thing, I mean, the organized crime stuff has been the hardest. But just figuring out how to get that information took us years of just trial and error, or mostly error. Like just how to get people to talk to us, or how to collect data in a way that's safe for me, and safe for my team, and safe for people. Like how do you get the information on nobody knows what to do. And so we had to sort of really slowly, not nobody, there's a few of them. I think there's other academics like me who are doing this, but there's a pretty small group that's trying to like collect systematic data. And then there's a slightly bigger and much more experienced group that's been talking to other groups. But every time you go to a new city, and there weren't that many people working on simulation, a few, you have to like discover a new, like it's really going to be unique to that city and place.
So there's not like a website for each of the stuff. There's no Facebook where we can do that one.
We have created like a project where we document everything, and it's a collaborative enterprise between lots of researchers and journalists. So we now we can't go online and see it.
And that's individual research. It's not, they're hiding by design.
Some of them have full Facebook pages and things of this nature, so they do have public profiles, but not so explicitly. No, so they're kind of stuff. Here's an example. So one of the things that really is true in a lot of cities, true in American prisons, is gangs govern everybody every day. So if you have an American prison, particularly Illinois, California, Texas is another big one, but also in a city where if you have a problem, debt to collect or dispute with your neighbor or something, you could go to the government and they go to the police. And so, and that's like a really everyday thing. But then there's a question of how do you actually figure out what services they're offering, how much they pay for them? Do you actually like those services? How do you comparison shop between the police and the gang? And what would get you to go from the gang to the police? And how's the gang strategically going to respond to that? And what was the impact of previous policies that make state government better? And how did that react? And so we had to sort of figure that out. That was just hard in different ways. But I don't do them much, because mostly punishment stuff I couldn't do. So that's much easier.
By the way, on Jorge Ochoa, some of these folks are out of prison.
Yeah.
Are you dead?
One of my collaborators on this, guy who spent a lot of time with military, well, he's talked to more people about it. I haven't talked to we haven't been talking about it. But also they were there in the different way.
Yeah. So it doesn't.
The system is totally different. That's super interesting. Yeah, that was 30 years ago. And the system worked, I mean, Alfacina, Paulo Escobar created it. He integrated with all these 17 personas and all these speakers are the fragmented form of language of his more unified empire, which he gave the name Alfacina. I think, there's a little bit apocryphal, but the idea is, I think he said every doctor has an office, so should we.
I still can't remember. I still laugh at those parallels between these mafia groups and the United Nations Security Council. This is just wonderful. It's so deeply human. Let me ask you about yourself. So thinking about your in part dispassionately, just analyze your and try to understand for you as a single individual that's going to die one day. Maybe talking to the people that have gone through suffering. What do you think about your own mortality? How has your view of your own finiteness changed?
Maybe the reason I can do this work is because I don't think about it a lot.
Your own mortality or even like mortality?
Yeah, I have to think about death a lot. So,
but there's a way to think about death, like numbers and calculation when you do geopolitical negotiations. And then there's like a dying child and a dying mother.
Yeah, I guess I know I'm in a place where there's risk, and so I think a lot about minimizing the risk. I think about mortality enough that I just, because I'm kind of an anxious person, I'm kind of a worrywart, like in a way, and so I'm really obsessive about making sure anything that I do is low risk.
That gives you something to focus on, the numbers, the risk you try to minimize. Yes, there's still the existential threat. Your risk minimization doesn't matter.
Yeah, I've never been in a life-threatening situation.
And,
And
and
I
that's somebody who, you sound like that's Alex Honnold that does the free climbing. He doesn't see that as that sounds exactly the same. You just said I've never done anything as dangerous as those people
right.
Scooter.
So I've actually been a rock climber for like 25 years with a long break, but I'm the same way. Rock climbing is a sport if you're very careful. But free climbing is the opposite of that. I mean, like if you've got a rope, that protects you that goes up and like the 18 trees and goes back down. You're fine. Like this, and you wear a helmet. You're good. You're totally fine.
This is super safe.
No,
we're watching Freaks Climbing. Hands and feet on sturdy rock, and if you know the path,
I know some people. I have some friends of God. I know people who do some people so I think it's totally. I think
even in that. By the way,
I can't even watch those movies because those freak me out too much. It's just touristy. Like I can't. I don't even. For those things, I've never watched like Control or anything. It's just too much.
Still not as dangerous. But even in that, the risk of dehumanization and the sort of philosophical existentialist view of your own mortality. This thing just ends. Like, what the hell is that about?
Yeah, I have this amazing capacity to think about it. It's be a self-defense mechanism. My father-in-law, Jean's father, is a evangelical pastor. He's now retired, but we would talk about they were getting married. There was this girl that she was in the gospel atheist or something. But we could love each other very much. It's fine now, but I only started discussing this because that was one of his questions for me. Well, how can you possibly believe that there's nothing to do? Because that's just like too horrible to imagine. And we really never saw it. And my view was like, listen, I can't convince myself. I believe it. I can't convince myself otherwise. Anything else is completely impossible for me. And for some reason, I can't understand. I'm at peace with that. It's never bothered me that numbers over. And I understand the fact that people have angst about that and that they speak answers makes total sense to me. And I can't explain why that doesn't concern me or doesn't bother me.
But and yet,
maybe if I was worried, but if I was more worried about me, I don't know. But then I don't think there is. I think like I don't know. But I minimize all sorts of risks. I like that. I minimize. I try to optimize like groceries and freights too. Like every day, I put berries economists.
that's probably why you did it.
That might be true. That might be there's some selection in economics of these cold factors.
You have advice to young people that want to do as ambitious, as crazy, as amazing work as you have done in life? So somebody who's in high school, college, either career advice on what to choose, how to execute on it, or just like how to meet a random stranger, maybe a dating advice. I don't know.
It's not easy. You have to apply code. And go to the things. You can't delve into all the things that in these classes. No, I spent a lot of time writing advice. And one of the reasons is that I never got that was when I grew up. I went to state school in Canada. I loved it, but people didn't go on the trajectory that I went on there. I had some good advisors there, but I never got the kind of advice for this career. So I was very concentrated in the colleges, I guess, in the high school. So I tried to democratize that. That was one reason I started the blog. But a lot of that's really particular because every week I have students coming in my office to how to do it. Well, I spend a lot of time doing that. A lot of posts about.
Do you have any specific questions? Like, is it the country by country kind of specific questions? Or
I think that they're all trying to do what I think is I don't have to give them a really basic piece of advice because they're already doing it. But they're trying to find a vocation. They're really interested, and what I mean by that that is it's like a career where they find meaning, where their work is almost like superfluous because like they will do it for free, and they're passionate about and they really find meaning. And then it becomes a little bit obvious. So scientists do that in their own way. Doctors and nurses. And we all do our careers for other reasons, right? But they find like meaning. So I don't have to tell them whatever you do, find meaning. And try to make them appreciate something that you do for free amongst all these many, many options. That's what I would call it, but that's what I would tell high school students and young people in college. Sometimes it's hard to find. Well, that's the other. It took me a long time. So I actually started off as a accountant. I was a teacher for years. So I did not.
That's if you wake up in the morning excited to be alive.
I was miserable. I found it by accident, which is a really different story. But I landed in this job at a where I started account. And I was miserable. I was totally miserable. And I hated it. And I was becoming a miserable person. And so I eventually just quit. And I couldn't believe that. I was that, but then I was in the private sector. And I actually took me trial and error. I actually tried on like 3 or 4 or 5 careers before I found like this mix of academia, activism, and research, and then into the world.
And so did you know that this was right when you find this kind of enough to it's academic context to
The key lesson was just trial and error. If you feel it's good,
step one is trial and error, but the truth is right. Because, it often feels right, not perfect.
yeah, it's true. Right enough. I mean, I was really intellectually engaged. Like, I loved learning about it. I wanted to read more of it. In some sense, like I was an accountant, but I was reading about like world history and international development in both countries in my spare time. Right? And so it was like this hobby, and I was like, wait a second, I could actually do that. Like just I could like research this and even write the next those books. So that's kind of what I did. Like, nothing occurred to me right away. I didn't know it was possible. This is the other thing people do. People do their 9-to-5 job and then they find what they do. They're volunteering with family, hobbies, and things. And that was my social. And that's a great path too. I mean, because not all of us can become we should really find it. Because we really should describe what we do. And that's not entirely true. Because everyone in my family does like their job and there's a lot of fulfillment out of it. But I think it's not. That's a different.
It's such a big belief in keep trying stuff, even when you find that they're really looking. It's a minimum.
Yeah. The hardest part is it's not easy after a while. It's good. But now I think there's a lot of I'm one of the people I think one of the reasons I discovered your podcast and maybe the entire calendar. I like takes this approach to everything. It takes this approach to the movie. Yeah. It's not the movie theater after half an hour. It's not like the movie. And you know who that person probably is? I don't know what
I would say is he's probably somebody that goes to a restaurant. If the meal's not good, seems walking away.
Yeah.
Paying for it, walking away.
Yeah. And doing something that's exactly right. And I thought that was kind of crazy. And I was a person, I would never just put a book down that way. And I would never, but then I convinced my wife, I lived in New York and we were single initially, we were childless. And we lived in New York. There's all this culture theater. So I just said, let's go to more plays, but let's just walk away. After the first half, if you don't like it, and she thought that was crazy. No, here's the logic, here's what happens. And then we started doing it, and it was so freeing and glorious. We just go take so many more chances on things. And we didn't like it. I remember walking ourselves all the time. And so I think I did that. I realizing that that's how I just kept quitting the jobs and trying to find something else. Or some risk.
But that's how work starts. You need to commit it. Otherwise, no.
That's a different kind of problem.
Some of this, I'm sure this is about some of the same things happen every day. There's some value to sticking it out. Like maybe don't leave after the first half.
Yeah, that's a good point. Yeah. Well, I don't know. When I met very, very relationship with me because I explained to her, I haven't had a relationship longer than 11 years. And she thought this person was serious. And when I said to her, I said, she feels this way. This is what she feels. She said, I didn't believe him when he said, I just, 2 or 3 months ago, I had a good sense. So it really just, just decide if it was good. So, and I walked away. So I took this approach to being, as soon as I thought it was, and then I decided with her that this was it. This was going to work. And then and she didn't believe me. She believed me.
Finally got to do it. Because this is an incredible conversation. Your work is so fascinating. Just in this big picture way, looking into how we can achieve peace, especially in this time of the Ukraine war. I really, really, really appreciate you calmly speak to me about some of these difficult ideas and explain them. You sit down and have this amazing conversation. Thank you so much. Thanks for listening to this conversation with this podcast. Please check out our sponsors. Now, let me give you some well-known, simple words. I know not that you reflect on World War III with your fault. The World War IV, we fought with sticks and stones. Thank you for listening. Good to see you.
I was on the run for 4 months, spent $600,000. I was in Las Vegas, Nevada. One day, I had stolen 160K out of ATMs. Went in the next morning. I woke up, signed on the CollegeMarket.com, which was made by Max Butler, the houseman. There was my name, U.S. Postal. And that gets your attention. It's my real name with the U.S. Postal side of it. Nobody knew my real name that environment at all. But then they did. You know, they was talking about me being part of the Secret Service, National Organization, and else. So of course they're all out there. So everybody's after that.
Following is a conversation with Greg Johnson, former cyber criminal who built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew. It is the precursor to today's Darknet and Darknet broadcast. It's referred to by the United States Secret Service as, quote, the original personal godfather. He has been the central figure in cybercrime world for 20 years, placed on the U.S. most wanted list in 2006 before being convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime, escaped from prison, and then eventually being locked up, served his time, and now is helping people understand and fight cybercrime. This was a raw, honest, emotional, and real episode. Brett has caused a lot of pain to a lot of people. Yet his own story is trauma, pain, and also redemption. This is a good time to say that I have and will help the people who have served time in prison. Perhaps people who currently are. I try to do my best to both empathize with the person across from me and not let them sugarcoat, explain away, and dismiss the crimes they committed. This is a tough line to walk because if you close your heart to the other person, you'll never fully understand their mind and story. But if you open the heart too much, you can be manipulated, where the conversation reveals nothing honest, real. This requires skill and willingness. I don't know about the skill part. I would like to take the risk. I always wear my heart on my sleeve. If I get hurt for it, I fight. As I've said, I want to understand what makes a person do these crimes, the particular characteristics, their temporary or permanent madness, their justification, but also their humanity. I believe each of us have the capacity to become both a criminal and a victim, predator and prey. It's up to us to avoid these paths, to find a path to redemption. And each of us, it's our responsibility and burden, being human, complicated, dangerous world. This is the Live Streaming Podcast, supported. Please check out our sponsors in the description. Now, your friends, Mr. Brett Johnson. You were convicted of 39 felonies for cybercrime, placed on the U.S. Most Wanted list in 2006, escaped through prison. You built the first organized cybercrime community called Shadow Crew that is the precursor to today's darknet and darknet markets. And for all this, the U.S. Intelligence Service called you the original Internet Godfather. The first question is, how did your career as a cybercrime criminal begin?
My life of crime begins when I'm 10 years old. Think about that. We would probably play for last years. It was usually good to Lego bit, get involved with sports and everything else. And, with me, it wasn't like that. With me, I'm from Eastern Kentucky. Eastern Kentucky is one of these some parts of Texas, parts of Louisiana, that you're not fortunate enough to have a job. You may be involved in scam, hustle, fraud, whatever you want to call it. Man, I was not careless. My mom was basically the captain of the town fraud industry. So this is a woman that at one point she's stealing a 108,000-pound Caterpillar V9 bulldozer, tramming it down the road. You know, at another point she's taking a slip of the ball in the convenience store trying to see the owner. We had a neighbor. She acted as a pimp for at one point. That's my mom. Dad, the neighbor acted as a pimp. My mom prostituted. I mean, she acted as a pimp for a neighbor. Her name was Betty. My mom used to sell her house. If we needed money, my mom would find men for her to sleep with for cash. She'd take a part of the cash.
So it sounds like she diversified the methodologies by which she hustled.
Very. That entrepreneur. We see that a lot with cyber criminals.
So what was the motivation you think for her? Is it the money? Is it basically the rush finance system being able to know the rules, break the rules, and get away with it?
My mom's a communist. Yes, she's very nice. My mom was the individual. She's still. My mom was the individual who tested me. She wanted to know how far she could abuse you, and you come back and still love her. So, and that was with every relationship she's ever had. She would cheat on me. She was involved with. She would abuse the children, the enemies. She would psychologically, all of this mental, emotional, physical, everything. Okay. I mean, she used to beat me in the face with belt buckles. That ended when she was, I forgot what we had done. It wasn't much. I think that uh, it may have been the part where she accused me of stealing. But she was hitting me in the face. She was living in a single wide frame. She was hitting me in the face with I'm my niece kicks her through a closet. Is what happens. And Denise stands up and she said, "You're through hitting." And that was the last time.
So I'm sorry to take us there. You're people who know you. People should definitely watch some of your lectures online. You're extremely charismatic and fun and jolly, whatever word you want to use. But if you look at that kind of life, there's darkness there, there's struggle there. There's a lot. So, how did you feel? If you go back to your mind of the kid you were with your mom, was there sadness? Was there things like depression, self-doubt, all those kind of things? Or did you see this crime, this chaos, ultimately exciting?
Back then I didn't think it was exciting. Now it becomes exciting when I start being involved in cybercrime. But back then it was simply a means to an end. It's all this. So you take a 10-year-old kid, the way I get involved in crime is, like I said, my mom was a foster, my dad was a good guy. He just forgot he was this good guy. He always had these principles. But his issue is he loved my mom so much, he was scared of her leaving. So if she wanted to do something, commit crime, cheat on her, whatever, he pretty much just put up with it. The one instance. So So this woman she used to bring Ben home from telling me, hey, I'm leaving. I don't love you anymore. I want you to die. Blah, 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 blah. This was my mom. Uh, there were two instances where you can't take it anymore. The first instance, I guess I was 7 or 8. My sister places everything. My dad actually files for divorce. Files for divorce. My mom kind of goes crazy. My dad, I was with my dad. My sister was with my mom. Because that's the mentality. They'll stay with them, they'll stay with them. So he was filing for divorce. Me and my dad, we were living in an apartment. My mom was living with her grandparents and her parents. That's why I was 42. I remember I was sleeping in the bed. We had a single wide bed. My dad slept there. I woke up in my house and for nuts in the living room. So I wake up and I walk in the living room, and my mom has a knife in my dad's throat. And basically, we're going to destroy my son. My mom was this individual that when she knew she was so right, so she was always this person that was what can I do this to you? She knew that she was always also this person that if she went too far, she knew it, and she would always try to divert that into something else. Right? So she knew at that point she went too far. So what does she do? She gets up, crying, goes to the bathroom, and pretends to slit her wrists so that Ray will respond to that, not respond to what she's just done. That was my mom. She had a history of this. Motivations as far as why I think with her it was she was an LPN. She had a very good nurse, but she didn't want to work. Let's be honest. So with her it was easier for her to commit fraud. When I say commit fraud, it was against businesses, against people. I remember at one point she's buying over the counter capsules, and emptying the capsules out. There was another crap in there selling at a speed that people were buying. She did anything she could. And of course, I get involved with that. What happens is we were in Panama City at that point, and my mom leaves my dad. And as she left, my great grandfather died. My mom tells all three of us, and we're going back, I'm taking the kids with me back to Eastern Kentucky to attend the funeral. Well, that was her leaving. Me and Denise couldn't know she didn't have any walk clothes unless she stows her clothes in front of the car. And she leaves my dad. I don't get to see my dad again for I think 5, 6 years. My mom had to say she was pretty good. She would hit her and cry, beg her up, she'd do whatever. When she leaves him, she kept up that. So we were living in my grandparents' house. My grandfather, he had converted the house. He had raised the house up and built apartments underneath it. So me and my sister and my mom lived in the apartments underneath. That whole side of the family was just Granddad Paul. He was this is a man that he didn't want you to eat any of his food. So there's no such thing as having his food upstairs to eat. If he found out that was taking a bath, we were allowed to bath bathe in 2 inches of water one time a week because he didn't have to bathe. What? The rules. You couldn't have the TV on. When he went to bed at night, you had to have the television decided you could watch it, but without thought. Because he heard it, he would get the power break. Oh, this is the family, right? Especially my mom. She used to leave me and Mason home for days. She could, party. I mean, sometimes she could get us ready to go in the car. Sometimes we'd wait in the living room and she would party with the days. Most times she left us at home. And my entry at the 5. Denise walks in one day. She's 9 years old. She walks in one day and she's got back to post text. Which day was it? Where'd you get that? She's like, I stole it. Show me how you did that. She takes me over. She shows me how she steals food. How she's stuffing it down her pants. So we start stealing food. I'm like, hell yeah, let's do that shit. So start stealing food, and we get to the point where we want a sandwich, and you can't stuff a loaf of bread down your pants. So there's a Kmart in the shopping center. I go over to the Kmart, get a hoodie off the rack, take the tags off of it, wear it out, just fine. And the way you steal bread is you put the hoodie over your shoulder, stuff the bread down the sleeve, and you walk out with it. So we started doing it. As you figure that out, just fall back. And so there was like strategic thinking. Yeah, so you can't wear the hoodie and put the bread down here. Mash the bread. You sit on it. Yeah, it's a think through. Yeah, think through. But like you got to realize at this point, I'm already so fucking so that kind of puzzle solving, they're pretty young. Yeah, 10 years are pretty young. But seeing how they act, how they. My mom, I guess, they never kept their kid from the Guinness. There was no discussion behind closed doors, all that. And from your young mind's perspective, what kind of crime, basically, a lot of us might grow up with rules you have to control. If we other humans breaking those rules, then you realize those rules you have to. But it gets worse. I was in an environment where the border was. I didn't really be my first decent person. I was 16. That was a high school teacher. So what happens is you start shoplifting a lot of times and get stuff. She joins us. She joins us. Yeah, she comes in. I've got this television. I've got this car. She starts seeing us. Where'd this come from? And we found it. Like, we found that. And he stands up. He stole it. My mom showed me how you did that. And she gets her mom too. So, but she used to run me places as a shoplifters. We'd still stuff with her. We would distract security. And her and my granddaughter was just, they got caught. But that's the issue with her. Denise, Adam, I don't mean it. But the truth is, I say, and I do mean it, that I'm responsible for my choices. Right? I believe that when you're a child, you can't just go back to adults and try to what you do. Once you're an adult, though, your choices are yours. And that being said, there's some, you can't dismiss that childhood influencing why it was. You can't do that. It was kind of written on a slave that, hey, this guy's going to be this guy.
That's it. Like sometimes that one person you meet, that DC person, return the tide.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So what happens is, the abuse, everything continues on. When I'm 15, my dad was I don't want to say from we were in Hazard, Kentucky. She was dating this guy. My mom was a skeptic. The abuse it was crazy. It was crazy stuff. She would tell me and my sister that she gave up her life for us, that she was a believer in dead. She'd go out and make these moves. She'd come back and she'd talk about how these men were abusing her. So she'd be dating this guy. And she'd come back and she'd start talking about how he had tried to rape her. I'm trying to get meters. And I would respond. Like, no doubt, I would respond. But what happens is, and I knew that, I knew it was abuse. But I knew things were fucked up. And I was talking to my dad in Kansas City, and I really had in my head that it was going to happen. I called my dad. I was supposed to go to me and my cousins would see as a job that had come out. So I called my dad. It was a Sunday. I called my dad. I told him he had gotten married, and he was basically Brett Johnson said I was going to stay in Hazard. I had to call him for paper. The result of that was right there 2 letters. Went to a hospital. Got me an elevator. And the woman got in the elevator at the same time. And I said, and beat the hell out of her. Right there. And I was 15. Didn't really know what was going on. Being yeah, yeah. And, beat the hell out of this lady. Turned out she looked like that. But the other thing is, one of the security guards, I played basketball with his son. So he saw me immediately. I knocked the hell out of him, took off running, made it back to the house where my grandparents were. They didn't know what had happened, so I didn't say anything. About an hour later, the Kentucky State Police, they pulled up. But here, you want to get out. I'm sitting in the front porch in the cousins' home. They start walking up there. I starts walking out with him. So I just remember staying for 4 years. You knew what they wanted. They wanted to arrest Buck Johnson. And they arrested me and everything. So 3 months ago, the county jail hit me out of juvenile facilities in that county. So I spent 3 months in solitary. Went to trial. I pled guilty. We applied the first degree to the judge. So it's maybe time served psychological evaluation. Or it's something to use it to and it's not 30 days of the cut thing to have counseling after that. And make it understand, want to do that you do that. So I never went to counseling. And I became this pariah in the county. It's crazy. How the day goes by, I don't think about it. That moment, yeah. And what happens is you're 15. You're 15. So I go back to the high school that I was in, and I'm this piece of shit. Everybody not the outcast. Everybody. So I moved. We were in high school at that time. I finished up the year there and moved to back to Perry County, which is where Hazard is. So we moved there, and they've got 3 high schools there. They've got MC Major, they've got Hazard High School, and they've got Dulce Holmes High School. So I was within men's baseball within half mile of MC Major. Showed up there the first day of school, and I met me and my brother and sister walking into the school, and the kids were up there. The kids stand out there, he's not coming. So when I started going, I'm looking at this guy as well. So from there, we went out to the city school, Hazard. And the principal tells my mom, Denise can come. He can't. So I'm almost raised me. Like, no, just take me to this other school. So this other school is like 15 miles away. And country high school. So I go there and they accept me. And I walk through the first day. And this English teacher named Carol. I walked in. And with the paper out, she was an old teacher. She heard this voice. And it was the way she explains it. She heard this voice. And she looks up and she was like, son, have you ever got a big problem before? I'm like, no, ma'am, but I'm interested in the academics. You know, it's a quick recall. Right? And she was like, no. Wrong. No, I'm not interested in theory. I'm interested in it. So she was the head of the drama department and head of the academics. So the deal was, tell you what, you can get on the academics if you start with theater too. And I was like, okay. So what happened? She's the first decent person I met. She became this kind of surrogate mother. So under her tutelage, I become the top academic team guys in the school. Ran, I was captain of the team. This scurvy high school that I came from was the first time the high school came to Guinness. She told me I was talking to her about a year ago, and she told me, she's like, well, she said, I first needed to get supplies for you. She said, the captain came in and looked at you and said, oh, you got a Johnson boy on your team? And he said, my response was that Johnson boy is Johnson. So, but I did that, and then with theater, ended up senior year, I won Best Actor and Actress in the state. Only guy ever do that. So, did pretty well. Did pretty well. Had scholarships coming out of high school and everything else. I'd be idiot. So, you know, funny questions. Yeah. We make a hell of all the money we do. We make a hell of a actor. I'm very good on very good.
And you were active professionally.
I'm not professional. We've done it. What happened? So I turned down the scared me. But started doing it. The community college that hires a new theater director out of California. We knew the guy that ran the San Jose State and Edward Henry, and his claim to fame, he had written the Three Ninjas. Look at that. The Three Little Ninja Kids back in the 80s. He had written this for them, and it was shit. So he invites Ed Manning to come down and see his play. And that was Civil War. So we put that in. I was doing it. So Ed sees the show and he's like, Scott, look, he said, right now you're a big fish in a small pond. You make a big fish in a big pond. I said, deal. So I took the scholarship. And he was like, I'll be back in 2 weeks. So he flies out. 2 weeks later, this guy flies back in and he drives up with I'm not shooting ball with his friends. He pulls up and he gets out of the car and I was like, I'm going to go to him. I was like, hey, man, I'm not doing these with your parents. He's like, no, I got it. I was like, okay. So I keep shooting ball. He walks in the house. Stays about 15 minutes. Walks out. Why doesn't shoot? Doesn't say a word to me. Gets in the car. Leaves. I don't hear from him. I have no idea. Takes me a couple of weeks. What happened is my mom, he walks in and introduces himself. My mom pulls a knife on his face. I would kill him. You and I would still not have him. Scares the guy. And kind of broke my spirit about it. You know, it's like, so went into just bootlegs, into scams. And I had already been on sale. I've already been kind of brought up inside the family. We're doing drug trafficking, stuff, illegal mining coal, charity stuff. Legally, yeah, wildcatting coal. So you find out, yeah, that's so to properly mine coal, yeah. Eastern Kentucky, a lot of people don't, they can't afford the permits. You know, they can jump a piece of equipment, you need to so you start mining, but you don't get the permit. So you don't have to fund and do it. You don't have to pay. Back then it was like $3,500 for a 2-acre permit, or $5,000 for a 2-acre permit. But you strip mine the coal on that. Then you have to pay for the reclamation. But you uncover the pit, take the coal out, comes back up the pit, sow grass, make sure you got a silt, everything else.
So what I did is you buy a land or something like that, and you can, the whole process is supposed to go through. 20 people involved in mining, the smallest number of people required for mining a land.
You can do it 2 or 3 people. Okay, so you've got your loader operator, you've got your laser. You need you can farm out the trucking facility if you need that. Trucking company, you get your whoever knows the business as well. So very few people can run an operation. It's profits really well as long as you don't have to do the reclamation. And reclamation is pretty expensive. So if you're uncovering a pit of coal, a pit, so a ton of coal is basically about 36 cubic inches. This one's about 2,000 pounds of coal, right? It's because of the bituminous coal.
The fact that you know this is
fact that you know exactly the volume of a ton of salt, I mean, yeah, you learn this shit, right? You read this shit off. So you uncover the pit, and you've got 7 pits. Well, the thing is that we will sell it. We sell it to those other coal tippers that knows that they're buying it really legally. So back then, a ton of coal was maybe like 36 bucks. And you'd have to go out and you'd test the BTUs and sample from that. Test the BTUs from taking it. Greatest thing in the unit. So you test how the BTU coal was, how pure the coal, how pure the coal was, what BTU burns at. Back then, a good BTU was for 12 pound coal, 36 dollars a ton. You take that sample over to the coal tipper, they say, okay, you buy this for you, how many trucks you run, how many tons you got, you see this what you got. And where you get it out, because, you've got the agents that are looking for you by this point, because people that, you bought the rights to be able to have this, you said you're going to give them, $2 for this. Well, there are other people there. Are you paying them off? Or are you not? Well, if you're not paying them off, guess what? They know your ass is mining it illegally. You're going to report you. Well, all of a sudden, you've got all these inspectors that are coming in and everything, and they know what you're doing. So they're looking for you to get the pit out. So when you get the pit out, you're at dead of night. You're looking up 2 o'clock in the morning, hauling his ass out. So in your mind, man, yeah. And you said you worked for mine too. Yeah, you were younger. I went to the over. I had to clean off the pit. This is lifestyle. You go with it. You learn how to do this. So we have the charity fraud as well. Insurance charity fraud. We break down some of these charity fraud. It's much more revenue. Basically, standing beside the road with a sign and a bucket, taking a collections to homeless shelters for abuse children with children, stuff like that. Then later on, I started known as set up a charity company, and it's just telephone. Yeah, we're going to talk about that. But actually, can we just step back and talk about your mom and your dad, given all the abuse, the complex ways that she played with love, but to see how far she can push you when you keep around her and you still love her. Today, do you love her? I call my dad different. My dad, he's got a heart. Fix it. Like, I'm ready to go. I'm like, I looked at him and I'm 52 now. Prior to 52, I'd have been like, don't need to do this. But I looked at him and was like, I understand. You're done. So he's not going to get the operation. Just got to do this and ask him that you see. He's like, horrible. And I told him, love my mom. But my mom was not a good person. And he told me, he was talking about phone history. And he told me that it took him several years to really understand. He loves her too, but it takes, if you're getting abused like that, especially with that bank, it's a big family, everything else. And upstanding. And, I think that when you're a victim of abuse, you've never seen it before, you've never encountered it, and it happens. But you're like that frog that Father always said. You get to the point where it gradually increases, and so how do you get out? Everybody else sees what's happening. I grew up in that environment, so it took me a long time to come to terms with it. My sister came to terms with it long before I did. My sister, she's been a decade now talking to her. She tried to do suicide. What got me so bad is she said it in the 40s that she always thought someone was going to come to the My response, just the immediate response, not even thinking about it, my response was, well, please, I do help them never was. And looking at things now, I think that's where our paths diverge. Me, it was, I'm going to do it. You guys want to take care of you. So you're on your own. You're on your own. It's up to you. This has always been that child that is expected to.
Well, and I was like, it's all going to be okay. Somebody,
It wasn't. But you,
unless you,
unless you make it okay, it ain't going to be okay. You know,
are you able to forgive your mom?
my boundary with my mom was over 2 years ago. I started this legal career. I've been the guy who has. I spent a lot of time thinking about my past and those choices are right, all those choices around. So I'm thinking about taking responsibility for my freedom. I think it's really important to do that. For my mom, not so much. So I was talking to her, and I would start saying, she would start the conversation talking about she didn't understand why things wouldn't speak to her. That was one of her tropes. So, and my response started to become, well, because you were the abuser and you spent your life doing that to her, so it's more healthy for her not to talk to you.
She's still not able to see the flaws
No.
her ways of the past.
So my ultimatum from my mom was, look, when you're able to admit that you abused people in your life, accept that responsibility and be able to discuss it with me. Like, other than that, I don't want to talk to you. So for the first year, it was calling, cussing my wife out, cussing me out. Uh, I don't need you, blah, 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 blah. And then finally started to take off. She's like,
Your dad, dying. What do you take from the way he's taken on death? Just saying, fuck it.
it's the man. And what have you learned from him?
What do you,
He's one of these guys that, like I told my dad about the abuse and everything else. There was a point, so, I told you about the elevator stuff. But before that, it was, it took me 40 years to talk about that. But it also took me 40 years to talk about, there was a point that my mom and dad would leave the house and I would urinate in the pool. Okay. And he's like, "Okay, well, I did. I would. It's on the car. This is like 12 hours, right? I really tried to read it. I was talking about that. This lady comes up to me after the presentation, and she had a career previous to that, so she dealt with abuse kids. And she told me, she's like, look, she's like, it's control mechanism. The only control you have is that. And she's like, it's good. And I was like, so I'm not unique. She's like, no, you're not unique to me. So that this whole history of abuse, Denise dealt with it after me by trying to commit suicide, things like that. And finally, she escaped from the kid that did that. And not only that, my wife pointed out to me that, again, it's that Eastern Kentucky mentality thing. The male's expected to do things. So with me, it's almost like I stepped up to take part in those crimes so that Denise didn't have to. And she was able to do it all. Other than doing shoplifting stuff, Denise doesn't do that. She goes off being, she's a good parent. She's an angry parent. She's a good parent. She's a teacher, good citizen overall. I was just the guy that kept right on going.
fun goes? Let me ask you about that. So, your life like a cybercrime. Describing some of the things you did or knew about yourself. Like, I once stole $70,000 worth of coins from a family trying to sell them to put a new roof on their home. Another time, I sent a counterfeit cashier's check to a victim and he ended up being arrested for it. I lied to family, friends, everyone knew I was a truly despicable person. True. One of my Ukrainian associates script had someone who owed him money kidnapped and tortured. He posted pictures of it online. Another member of Iceland used to flood his enemies' email addresses with child pornography and called the police on them. That's some stories. Can you tell some of these stories that stand out to you that are particularly despicable or representative or interesting look back that defined your approach and who you were. Let me say that I did not care about my fitness. I care about this. I care about it's rough to you know that you don't give a shit what you do anybody else or care about you. But that's the truth of the matter. The lady that wasn't even at the beginning of my career as a cyber criminal. That was right at the last step. I wish they got a point. I was by that point. Shadow Crew had made the front cover of the August of 04. October 26th, 04, Civil Service State. Shut us down. 33 people arrested, 6 police in 6 hours. I was the guy that was publicly mentioned as getting away. Uh, what happened was I was the guy who was I had been good at this crime called tax return and stealing a lot of money. I went through all the state savings. Shadow Crew gets shut down. I don't have any way to come in with any money, so I started running out of the cashier's jobs. Defrauded people that having them send products and doing collections by having by COD, like literally not people that they come from cashier's job. This lady was on eBay. She had been collecting these silver coins all of her life. This currency used to be, the coins used to be silver. So she had a whole collection of these 89 paintings of this stuff. And I'm a very good social engineer. So convinced her that I was a legitimate person, but I still at COD, use my FedEx account to do that, my UPS account to do that. I'll pay with the cashier's check, paid it in, same as cash. She believed that. She was, even on the ad, we talked to her home and everything else, she told me she was a single parent, and that was the money that she had to put a roof on the house for her kids. And I didn't give it back. What's more important was me. Can I ask you a question about the social engineering? So maybe it's specifics like the methodology, email, phone. Maybe you could discuss this process with a bigger philosophical perspective of what is it about human beings that makes them possible to be social engineered, to be victims of fraud. So first, let me say that I became a social engineer as a child because the adults in my environment as a child, I had to know exactly what they were thinking and be able to try to manipulate that for survival. So I became a social engineer for survival. And one of the things that I've seen with a lot of cyber criminals is the exact same thing. They'll be really expert. They become social engineers as a child, but later on, they use those tools to figure it out. Which is fascinating because in order to understand what others are thinking, you have to be extremely good at empathy. So you have to really put yourself in the shoes of the other person. Yeah, in order to do cybercrime, you have to not care about the pain that might cause them. It's really important. So you have to empathize and yet not care exactly. And I would argue that is not associated. Because a cyber criminal is no different. Most cyber criminals justify those actions. So the justification becomes what's important. With me, the justification was I did it for my family, did it for my wife, did it for a stripper girlfriend. So when I believe those two stories,
Yeah, that's yourself out.
because I care about love a lot.
Yeah. So the big picture of that is trust. How do you establish trust with a potential victim? I would argue online that trust is established through a combination of technology, tools, and social engineering. And so we trust our tech. We trust our cell phones. We trust our laptops. A lot of times we don't understand how we operate, but we trust the news that comes across the line. We trust the phone numbers that show up. We trust IP addresses that advanced threat group IP address. Criminals use tools to manipulate us for phone numbers, as with fingerprints, whatever tool. Then that lays a base level of trust. That point is shooting the social engineering and play whatever story that is in order to manipulate that victim to act not out of reason, but out of emotion. So this is
fascinating about the way humans interact with the world, which is you're almost too afraid to not trust them. We have to find balance. Right? So you get a lot of conspiracy theories now about distrust institutions, thinking like everything around us. It's like we're listening to people who believe that Earth is flat, and you know that conspiracy theory is fascinating to me because it basically says that you can't trust anyone. Right? Like everything is. But that's one. You can live that life. You can live a life where you just naively trusting everything. And we as humans have to, because that life is kind of full of happiness if nobody screws you over. Right. Because you meet people with joyful heart, you get excited and all that kind of stuff. But if you do that too much, you're going to get burned. So to find some kind of balance in terms of optimizing happiness, where you trust, I mean, but verified, and on the internet, that becomes tricky. You're almost too afraid to distrust everything because you'll never get anything done on the internet. And then if you trust too much, you're going to get screwed over. And so the social engineering comes in where you're like, I'm not sure if I should trust this. You kind of help them build the narrative was like, it's good. It's good.
So in a lot of the times, that social engineering is just feeding into what the victim wants to do. It's not really coming up with random string at all. It's just knowing what that victim is, what the motivations of that victim is, feeding into it. So you have to, again, a social engineer has to almost immediately know what's driving it. If I'm working on a phone, talking to someone over the phone, I have to know within seconds what I need to say, how I need to act, customer service agent, or who am I talking to.
It's fascinating because you truly are emphasizing the other person. Who's this businessman Steven Schwarzman talked a few times. He mentioned this thing that you know the way you build deep relationships is you really kind of notice the things that people are telling you, like what they want and what they're bothered by, what are the big problems in their lives. Because everybody's saying that all the time. Most of us can keep
right. But if you take the time to listen, you know somebody might work. Absolutely. Then you have to be able to dismiss it. Dismiss it out. You're looking for that just to see how I can manipulate that, is what you're trying to do. So the lady was one story, another truly despicable story. We'll get to stories in a second. But another truly despicable story. We were one of the really first groups that started fishing class. So that is a social engineering technique.
PH, by the way.
Yes, PH. That's another social engineering technique. That's sending that fake email out that looks like it's coming from a website or a financial organization or whatever. Saying, hey, we've got a security problem. We need to update your account information. But back then, no one had ever seen a phishing attack, so you could ask for all of the information. You were getting just complete identity profiles on a phishing email. Nowadays, you use basically credentials because it's for phishing. But back then, it was complete information. We had fished out 200,000 E-Trade accounts. That's what we had to login password, complete social, date of birth, account. So we had access to those E-Trade accounts. E-Trade initially had no security in place, so you could cash out the account, ACH the money out to whatever account you wanted to, go through this fund. Ate them alive on that for years. E-Trade got to the point where they couldn't do any ACH. You lock everything down. You're still sitting on thousands of E-Trade accounts. How do you make money?
Question.
Yeah, so what you do is you find some fat cat, this guy's retirement, and invested in blue chips. Same time you find a penny stock, open up a brand new account, buy into that penny stock, cash the fat cat out, buy into that same penny stock, pump it up schemes all of a sudden. So you're destroying people's retirement accounts for just a few $1,000. Bang, bang. And of course, E-Trade's response is, not our problem. Your problem, you shouldn't give up your password or what have you. And you still see that issue today with Zelle scams and things like that.
It's in
The Zelle So the instant payment.
So it's the same kind of operation, sometimes different with the system mechanism.
You find an easy way to exploit the system, and typically the financial organization. Not our problem. Our system's secure. It's the humans. It's the errors. Well, not really. You've got some culpability. Just trying to pay the bill.
One of the things, just to stay fishing for a bit, is it really makes me sad because there's been people on all kinds of platforms, like including YouTube comments, but emails too. They figured out emails somehow. So people are now seeing the followers, just podcast or fans, and finding them on platforms like LinkedIn and YouTube and so on, and they are figuring out ways to get to those people by another channel, which I suppose it seems more authentic to those people. So they send them an email from what looks like me with this like loving method. The interesting thing, the emails sound like something I write. But these are, at this stage, it's not even, doesn't feel automated. Or if it's automated, it's there's a human in the loop that's really fine tuning. Or maybe I'm very predictable. But it's very loving in the way I would write.
Well, and so think about that, right? So when phishing first comes out, you could look at the language of the text or the website and say, if you pay attention, that's so okay. So that's not an English speaker. But as time has went on, as the world is the phishing attack looks like, we have people who are sitting down making sure that it gets worse than that. If you look at business email compromise, right? So the way a business email compromise typically works is the attacker will find a payroll person. He will fashion a spear phishing, which is that's a phishing attack that's targeting one specific. So he'll fashion a spear phishing email. The way he does that is he pulls all the information he possibly can on that person. See, maybe he'll spear that CEO just to get their login credentials to your email, just to read the emails. They'll go in there and they'll start reading all these emails. They'll specifically read the emails to the payroll. See what that relationship is. Are they talking about their kids? Talking about relationships? Talking about vacation? What are they talking about? How are they doing? Are they friendly? Are they sterile? What do they do? Right? So then he decides, well, I'm going to go ahead and screw fish this payroll department as well. So then he screw fishes in and gets those credentials. At the same time, he creates a Unicode domain in whatever the company name is. Right? So instead of that English alphabet I, he's got that Russian letter that looks like an I, but without the dot on top. Right? Goes back into the email. Payroll. Blocks the U.S. CEOs, replaces that with the Unicode email as well, and then sends out a message using the correct language, the correct relationship, everything else. It says, hey, you're updating our account status. I need you to send this payment. So over here, they've set up a new account, send all payments over here. And that is business equal compromise in a nutshell. Works great.
Probably the larger the organization, the more susceptible to that kind of attack. Because there's like a distribution of responsibility, where you're more likely to believe that, okay, this other person is responsible. I'm sure they secured that absolute punch. I'm okay with this.
So that's business email compromise, and those crimes. And it's one of the things you see about cyber crimes, not really sophisticated. It's not. The attacks are not sophisticated. The stat is 90% of every single attack uses a known exploit. Not the start. It's not a zero-day attack. It's a rapid failure. But if you're a criminal waiting on a zero-day problem, you're going to start with that. The meat and potatoes are at 90% known exploits,
And the rest is, what you're saying, it's maybe you mean it's not technically sophisticated, but it's social engineering sophisticated.
very sophisticated. Very sophisticated.
And it's fascinating study of
That's establishment of trust and then using that trust to defraud that. That's
I wish, obviously, all of these folks are really good at hiding. I wish you could tell their stories anyway, which is why you're fascinated to hear them to tell these stories now. It is studying human nature. by exploiting it. But you get to understand like our weak points are our hope, our desire to trust others. Also, like the weak points and the failures of digital systems and at scale humans have to connect. Right. It's fascinating. It's a weird question. As my friend. Uh, is spearfishing itself illegal? What's the legality?
Oh, it's all illegal. Absolutely is.
But it absolutely. So here's what. Okay, let me construct an example. So, if my friend were to spearfish like a SEO, right, and get their information, and after they get control, say of their Twitter account, they tweet something loving and positive. What's the crime?
Unauthorized access.
What will be the punishment?
That becomes a question. So no monetary cost, or was there monetary cost? Probably not. So you have to figure out who the victim is before charges are pressed. Now the crime would be unauthorized access, but a real victim, unless the person who takes exception to that. No monetary cost.
It's not really standard like fines.
Not really like
So, I mean, that's kind of interesting because when I got the ransomware, when I got the 0 day attack on QNAP, you know, they basically say the criminal is QNAP, the company, for having so many security vulnerabilities. They're like, you are the victim of QNAP's. That's the way they kind of phrase it.
It's the out agree.
Oh, rude.
So let's so I've got a 130-page class action lawsuit printed out of the house on the that catalogs how SolarWinds lied to users about their vulnerabilities and they lied to investors. The people who came in, the offers who they would hire would, they would not pay attention to it when they said, you've got these issues. They would say, go away. Shit like that for years until SolarWinds, the attacks. My view on that is that the only person responsible for the crime are the criminals who did the attack. Actually, criminals, not SolarWinds. Now, does that mean SolarWinds isn't all fucked up? They are. And there needs to be some accounting in place. But the only individual, the only people responsible for the crime are the criminals. And that's either online, in the physical world, what have you. Being an idiot is being criminally negligent, yes. And I think that SolarWinds is certainly responsible. Not responsible. They're culpable.
Can you actually tell folks about what is it? What is the interesting thing that you're
SolarWinds is very, it provided a backbone of security for hundreds, thousands of different companies. If you looked at a lot of security companies were using SolarWinds on the light value of a snapshot of our system that they were working on. So what happens is you get a Russian group that comes in and they basically they hack into SolarWinds to get access to housing to do every single thing. I mean every single thing about every single client that SolarWinds had at that point. So entire snapshots of all the IP that was going on, all the emails, all the communications, every single secret that was going on. Those companies, if a company had software like Microsoft, it allowed them to look at the source code of everything that's going on. I mean, it's just a complete and total nightmare. And something that you are not going to recover. You're not. I mean, it's done. You just have to but the fact of the matter is that's the type of attack, that's a catastrophic attack. But there's a huge amount of information that was read, saved elsewhere probably. And so now there's people sitting Absolutely. So think about one of the attachment passes has been Microsoft Outlook 365. This allowed the attackers to look at the source code. So they have the source code now, so they go through it and find out other vulnerabilities, and find new vulnerabilities, new zero days. And I said zero days are common, but this opens up an entire new threat surface. So it's a completely chaos. It's all the chips are down, everything's tallied up. People will be like, yeah, we're done. We're done.
All right, this computer thing, we tried it.
We're done.
That's terrifying to get. So you're saying that there's not been obvious big negative impact from that yet.
There's been a lot of negative impact that we're just starting. Right? So that's the capacity for destruction of huge scale. How much involvement from nations? It's interesting that. So you've got Iran, you've got Korea, China, Russia, you got the big four. You also got Brazil. You've got all these other countries that are investing in the United States as well. Nation states are interested depending on who the nation state is. Right? So Russia is very good about it. Well, and this these guys steal information about take the information they want to, and then basically go out and sell it. China's all about IP. North Korea's about stealing money because they don't know what the hell else to do right now. But
So North Korea is at the end of the
absolutely, they've stolen a shitload of Bitcoin. So absolutely, very, very skilled attackers. Very skilled. But even if you look at, I told you that stat about 90%. Right? So even though SolarWinds is going to be the number one attack, the follow-up to that is this NotPetya attack. So that was the most sophisticated attack launched by the Russian Sandwich group using all of their own exploits through it. So it's not, you're right in the sophistication, it's typical technical sophistication, but it's that social engineering sophistication. How do you get these things put together in line to attack and succeed?
But when you get access to the source code, that's what technical sophistication can really do.
And that's when you pull that real quick. That's what separates the men from the boys in this game. Because all of a sudden it's not really about it. So I've got source codes and I've got questions that I'm looking at. And that's your ass.
Which then enables probably even more powerful social engineering methods too. I mean, it's just a cascade of happening. Is this terrifying for you, anyway? This world that we're looking at, as we put more and more of ourselves on the internet, into the metaverse, that there is so many more topics.
What's terrifying to me, and I used to preach it on a show, is the idea that the perception of truth is more important than truth. It doesn't matter what the facts are, I just like to convince you. That's what's terrifying. So you look at deep fakes, you look at fake news, all this stuff that's going on. That becomes truly terrifying.
Maybe there's an angle where nothing is true. You can't trust anything.
You see, because human beings, we want to us. We do. We need human interaction, and for that human interaction, you have to have a degree of trust.
But it's more like you let go of an idea of absolute truth, and it more becomes like a blockchain style consensus. So you let go of you know what? There's this human dream. You get this on the internet. You get that fact. As if there's at the bottom there's one turtle that's holding this like scroll that says these are the truths of the world. But the problem is we may be believing that it's counterproductive. Maybe human civilization is an ongoing process of consensus. So it's always going to be everything is shrouded. You can call them lies, you can call them inaccuracies, you can call them delusions. It's constantly going to be a sea of lies and delusions that our hope is to over time develop bigger and bigger islands of consensus that allows us to live with. stable and happy society. Don't call it peace. Call it stable consensus that creates high quality of life for the inhabitants of the island. And then don't use all. No, I'm just kidding. So maybe step back and mention. I'd love to talk about Shadow for maybe this is the right time connection. Yeah, let's go to Shadow. This is such a fascinating thing. So tell me the story of building Shadow for the precursor to today's darknet and darknet markets. This is why you're the original Godfather. This is it.
Yeah. So I get married. I faked the car accident to get married. Got the money from that.
You're a man.
I would be like my dad, man. I'm the guy that I get from mom. I get the criminal mindset. From dad, I get that. Don't want to believe.
You get married. What's that story?
Dude, I was.
How did you fall in love?
My first girlfriend was pretty crazy. I wanted to date her for 5 years. She figured out pretty quickly that, well, not quickly, it took her 5 years to regret her. I could talk it, more that agnostic. Anyway, she breaks up with me. So I was at $8.
You make one up to
Like, yeah. So, yeah, that length of years, guys. I looking for Jesus to show up, and he just doesn't. So I was at community college, and I was straight off. I was arrogant, conceited. I had posted on those good dark face, hot dog, got this. Buddy of mine shows up. He was like, Brett, I was like, yeah, that's good. Really? We'll see. Walk over, and there's these two guys that are hitting on him. So I just walked up, and he and Todd, that was my buddy, walked up and just listening. We're getting the spiel and everything. She was just kind of taking me in front. I looked at her and I was like, I'm going to get out of here. And one of the guys looked at me, was like, hey, you're talking to her. I was like, well, you're talking at her. You're not talking to her. I was about to save her ass, but you.
Yeah, that's a smooth pickup line.
I heard that. That's good.
Want to get out of here?
So, start dating, and she was the girl that screwed my brains out. And I felt head over heels. We got married 6 months later. 6 months. That's what it does. And I was cheating when I was a crook. She had, she knew I was very bright. She knew how to do a lot of theater, stuff like that. Got a job at, I was in Hazard, there was no jobs to be had. So I got a job in Lexington. That's the moved to the UK. Got a job in Lexington at Lexington, testing curves. So I would leave on a Thursday night, work 3 18-hour shifts at Lexmark, come back home. Got me to fake a car accident to get that. The other, the rest of the day, I needed to and the faking on me. I had bought a Chevy Spectre that car. My aunt had previously defrauded USA insurance on the car accident. She was telling me all about it. She's like, look, go to this chiropractor, make sure you get the insurance for the pay for the rental car, pay lost wages. I was like, pay lost wages? She's like, yeah, they pay lost wages. I was like, what? He's like, by the way, you work for me. I was like, I work for you.
And you get to define the wage, and you can also define how long you were out of the
What's that? Chiropractor sign. So my cousin Ronnie, he figures out how to, he finds out how to break his car off. So he comes to me, he's like, hey man, can I get in? I was like, yeah, man, you get in. So this kid, he's 5 days younger. This kid, he goes to the dentist, and he has a tooth pulled, tells the dentist not to nut it, not to stitch it, just pull it. So he shows up the day we're driving out to take the accident. He's got blood all over his shirt. He's still bleeding out the mouth. Everything. I'm like, you okay? He's like, yeah, man, it's going to be good. It's going to be good. I'm like, okay. So, my mom, by this point, I'm living with my grandparents. My mom is at the head of a hollow. So we're just doing it. We'll go back. Like we're visiting my mom, go back down. go visit. Come back out there. And running to the side hill, being right, walk back in. Person told us to come back. Walk back to my mom's, acting like regret. She knows what time it is. And follow the flames. So that gets the money to get married. And Lex. And I'm the kid. My crime usually, hey, if I was a single guy, wouldn't break the law. But not being right, you know. But females involved, oh yeah, gotta spend the money, gotta show up gifts, everything else. It's never enough to show love in such a healthy way. Always had to go over and typically it was so that was the thing, that was the way you show love, is by buying as a gift. Or something over. Back then with Susan initially, it was don't worry about working. You just worry about work school. She was a music major. I was like, you just worry about work school. So don't worry about cooking and cleaning. So not only was I this guy who was over, I was over it too. Right? So I got it. So here I am, 60-hour week job, 18-hour class load, cooking, cleaning. Something had to give. I quit the job. I couldn't do it. Quit the job and start back in fraud. And trying to hide that from her at the same time. So it was initially telemarketing. Started. I was working. First job I had was a telemarketer at a cemetery, some of the grave sites, and then that ended. Went over to work for service from hospital. And there's a third-party company doing all the telemarketing. They really good money doing that. That job ended, and then they pivoted over to working with Kiwanis cars, selling food baskets to the food banks and everything. So I stole the phone list and started at my own Kiwanis car. And would do telemarketing, go out twice a week to pick up checks. But what happened was going out to pick up checks, go knock on the door, turns out the person that I called was a law enforcement officer. So he was like, I'm with the Kiwanis Club. He's like, no, you're not. Got arrested, spent 3 months in the county jail for theft without exception. Got out, and we had to move from Lexington back to Hazard and live with Susan's parents. They had gotten a desktop computer, HP, and I started searching around online. Found eBay. Didn't really know how to make money with eBay, but at the same time, I'm committing low-level frauds. And, first time I really talked about that, I would pay for it with bad checks. So some more, so not using platform like eBay. I would find somebody who had like a stereo system or something like that. I'd pay for it with bad checks. And I put a while to chase me.
Fantastic strategy.
So got the money to move to finally get those schemes enough to get the money to move back to Lexington. Got to Lexington, and at this point, I'm doing this, like I said, these schemes on eBay, and I'm like, there's got to be a better way to make money. Got to. So didn't really know how. One night I'm watching Inside Edition with Rabbi and profile with Beanie Babies. I'm sitting there watching the profile, and there's this one called Peanut the Water Blue Elephant, selling for $1,500 on eBay. I'm sitting there going like, shit, I need to buy me a peanut. So my initial thought was, there's got to be one of these Hallmarks where they can tell me something. So I skipped class the next day, went around all the Hallmark stores looking for peanut. No, he's on eBay for $15. So after a few hours of that, I'm like, turns out they were gray Beanie Baby outfits for $8. We took one of those for $8, stopped by Kroger on the way home to the little guy, and I'll try to dye the little guy. That was a nightmare. Turns out they're made out of polyester. Get them out of the bath, looks like they've got the mange. And what happens is, I'm trying to dye the So I got online, found a picture of the real one, posted it on eBay. And I was like, well, what I can do is, I claim that's the one I've got, and then maybe claim that it got less messed up. And, so posted a picture of the roll online. Woman thought I had the real thing. She runs the bid. That social engineering kicks in immediately. I didn't want to be on the defensive. I put her on the defensive. So as soon as she runs the bid, I send her a message. Hey, we've not done any business before. I don't even know if I can trust her. What I need you to do, protect us both. Go down to the U.S. Postal Service. Get 2 money orders totaling $1,500. Send them to me, issued by the U.S. government. And we were both protected. As soon as I get the money orders, I'll send you the rent. You believe that? Didn't ask any questions at all. You believe that? Send her the money orders. I cashed her out. Sent her the creature. Immediately got a phone call. I didn't know this. My response, hey, you want to do it? I said, you agree? Yeah. Okay. And she got pissed. She kept calling. What I found out, that's really the first lesson of psychological postal strangers. Really say, you delay a victim long enough, just keep going on. A lot of them get exasperated, throw their hands in the air, and walk away. You don't hear from them. And none of them, to this day, none of them complain of law enforcement. They eat it. It's the mixture of like you're exhausted by the process, so it's just easier to walk away. Second, obviously, the embarrassment. So there's a whole slew of reasons. Right? There's the exhaustion, certainly. There's the embarrassment. So if you figure out, if you look at it, hey, what is the embarrassment? What do you do? And of course, we're all very good about blaming the crimes. Why would you click on the brake? Why would you say something? Blah, blah, blah. So you've got that. That's good. You've got the issue of who you complain to. Back then, you didn't know who you complained to. Local police, because she's in the understanding. So which local police do you complain to? Do you complain to the feds? Well, the dollar amounts are high enough. And the feds you can tell you to go local. Local's going to tell you, hey, it happened in Kentucky. Kentucky's going to tell you, well, shit, you're over there now. We need you to come there. So there's this whole issue of jurisdiction, of the blame factor. So I got away with it. And did it over my own. Kept going. And got better. I started understanding how identities, things like that. Started selling software. Pirated software led into installing mod chips. It was the initial pirated software was Sega Saturn, PlayStation. We had to have a mod chip to play this. So I started selling and installing mod chips. That led into installing mod chips into good television boxes so you can watch all the pay-per-view, which in turn led into programming satellite VSS cards. ETH received satellite systems, put a card out of it, program it, turn all the channels. Started doing that.
Can we just pause? That is very entrepreneurial. So technically, so there's laws and rules that you're breaking and stuff. And there's also legitimate ways of doing it, which is break the rules of the conventions of the past. That's the first principles thing. That's what Elon Musk and his do all the time. That is guts and brilliance. But when it's crossing the lines of the law, actually sometimes the law is outdated. The thing is, as a human being, you have to compute the ethical damage you're doing, ethically the damage you're doing by other human beings. That is fundamentally the thing that you're breaking, is you're adding to the suffering of the world. Not only you're justifying it, but in terms of me, sort of as an engineer, that is some gutsy thinking. That's how it was. And Steve Jobs thought that's innovation. And maybe just think you can introspect your thinking process here. This is in you. I'd like to remember this in the HP. Like what? This is a totally new thing to you. Computers is another domain. How are you figuring these puzzles out? Presumably mostly alone. Or when you were thinking through these problems, is there? This is a strange question to ask, but what is your thinking process? What is your approach to solving these problems?
So the approach is you do something and you fuck it up, and you're like, you think back, okay, how do I fix that? you fix that aspect, you commit the crime again, and it goes a little bit further, and it screws up. Okay, how do I what's the issue? How do I fix this?
So there's not a deep design thinking.
Later on, it becomes that. Once you go around of the way these schemes are working, right? It becomes that, and you can apply that to other things, and then simultaneously as a whole, right? But initially, it's basically trial and error. You've got a problem. How do you solve that problem? So I'm committing these crimes under my name. I solve that. Well, one of the first principles that we started to teach on Shadow Crew is all crimes should begin with identity theft. That's the main first principle. A lot of people to this day still don't get. All right, why would I commit a crime under my name if I can commit it your name? So that's one of the big buttons. So that takes trial and error to get that to start to understand that's the way crime should operate in the criminal. All right, but with me, it was it's trial and error. It's that childhood where that mindset is kind of branded, where you're looking for ways, non-traditional ways of getting around.
I mean, one of the questions I probably ask this later is there's also a unique aspect to the outcome of what you're doing, which is you didn't get caught for a very long time. We'll talk about why that is. And the thing is so interesting. All crime probably should, to be effective, should start with identity theft. I like that identity theft because identity theft can take so many things. So yes, so Shadow Crew. So as we started with love.
Started with love, so now we're doing these schemes, and I'm selling to these. I'm hoping they sell out BSS cards. One of the interesting things I still see with this is something will happen that will create an industry for criminals. All right. So what happened is Canadian judge rules about the same time that I'm doing the satellite calls. Canadian judge comes out and says, "Hey, it's legal for my citizens to pirate those signals." And his reasoning was, because RCA doesn't sell the systems up here, my citizens can pirate. Okay. So what happens overnight? About the same time, PayPal comes in. So PayPal's coming right online at the same time. Overnight, little cottage industry pops up in the United States. Get out of Best Buy, buy the system for $100, take it out of the parking lot, take the system up, open the box up, pull the system out, take the card out, trade the system away, program the card, ship the test to Canada, $500 back. Started doing that. Business is good. Making $3,000-$4,000 a week doing that. I'm like, yeah, that's good. I have so many orders I can't fill all the orders. And quickly think to myself, why do I need to fill them? They're here. I'm down here. I'm going to complain to because I already found out people don't complain. Right? They're not going to complain to anybody. So I start, especially Canada. I'm having them send money. That's what PayPal's first thing. And it amazes me that everybody is using PayPal. It's like you don't even have to really ask. They're like, "Can we pay by?" Yeah, you can pay all day long. But PayPal, I have no clue what they were doing. So it's like, okay. So for sending money to PayPal, I have PayPal cashed out to bank accounts in my name, and I get scared because by that point I'm still over $6,000 a week. I'm like, somebody's going to. So get into my head, I'm the best thing right is get a fake driver's license. Open up a bank account using that driver's license, cash out, give it to you. Good. No idea when to get fake ID. Not good. So I get online, looked around, spent a couple weeks looking around. Thought I found a guy who went by his street name as Fake ID Man. Thought I found a guy, sent him $200, sent him my picture. Dude rips me out. What the hell? Crazy. Oh, I got played. He had a little website set up with reviews. And I'm like, oh, it's all legitimate. Building that trust. So the end result, I got pissed. And there was no site that dealt with anything criminal with the cybercrime. Like, the only real avenue you had was IRC chat sessions. And that, I'm sure you've been on that. It's this rolling chat group. You don't know who you're talking to. Most of them are full of shit. You can't trust anybody if you sit there trying to service group have it doesn't work with these channels because in those channels, everyone's a criminal. I kept looking around, and I happened upon a website called Counterfeit Library. And Counterfeit Library only dealt with counterfeit degrees and certificates. It's only the degree type. But they had a forum, and no one was using the forum. So I basically get on there and bitch every day. I got ripped off, don't know what to do, blah, 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 blah. About the same time I started doing that, two other guys showed up. His name is Mr. X, he's out in Los Angeles. Other guy's named Beelzebub, he's out of Moose Jaw, Saskatchewan. And we all become buddies. So, a few weeks of me bitching, a few weeks of them responding. Beelzebub gets me on ICQ, and he sends me a message. He's like, I was screaming, and he's like, I can make you a fake driver's license. I was like, what the fuck do? And he's like, no, I'm going to charge you for it. I'm like, yeah, you are. And he's like, I am. I was like, no, you're not. And he's like, look, this business, if you're going to do this, I have to trust people or you're going to fail. He said, so I'm going to charge you $200, but I'm going to send you a driver's license. Well, by this point, I'm friends with the people who own Counterfeit Library. We're emailing, chatting, everything else. And I tell him, I'm like, okay, we'll send you $200. That way, when you rip me off, I'll have them ban you, and I don't have to deal with you. He's like, ban. I go, so I sent him $200. Sent him a picture. 2 weeks later, I get a driver's license. His name is Steven Schlecky. Real guy. Works at ADP payroll to this day. Works at ADP. Got the driver's license. And to me, at that point in time, it was the prettiest thing. I'd never seen a fake ID before. I thought it was great. Turns out, it's like, so
It is kind of a strong first step with fake.
very strong.
So that was like, Gaskin was just on the point he made that if you're going to be successful in this, you should have people you trust. Is he right on that? You have to have, this is like, you have to have an inner circle that you trust.
I'm sure you probably heard me say this before. Successful cybercrime. There are three necessities to be successful. Three necessities are committing the crime. All three of those necessities have to work. They don't themselves. The problem, and it's a huge problem, is that one guy can't do all three things. You've got people gathering the data. Basically, the general store sells people who sell PII, credit card logins, data tools. They sell the street phone numbers and IPs, stuff like that. A lot of times, those people don't know how to commit the crime. And those people certainly don't know how to launder the money out of cash in pocket. So you've got, either because of a skill level, sometimes a geographic location, limits what an individual can do. So you have to rely on people who are good in areas where you are not in order for that crime to succeed. And that means you have to trust those people. So what happens with shadow people? So Counterfeit Library is the start. All right? Counterfeit Library transitions over to shadow people. Right before that transition, there's a Ukrainian guy by the name of Dmitry Golub. He was a spammer at that point. He saw what we were doing with Counterfeit Library, and he liked it. He was getting all these credit card details of this kid. I mean, he's a kid. This kid has an idea. His idea was, I will do people would buy stolen credit card details.
It's pretty good Ukrainian accent.
So he picks up the phone. He calls his buddies. They call their buddies. They have a physical conference in Odessa. 150 of these cyber criminals show. And they launch this idea. This launches a website called Carter Brand, which is the genesis of all modern credit card theft as we know it. All right. So remember I mentioned those three necessities of cybercrime. Dmitry had all the credit data. He partnered with all these other Ukrainians who had all this data as well. The problem was there's so much fraud had been committed on the eastern side of Europe that every card had to shut down. Even if you were a legitimate card holder and tried to cash it out, you weren't doing it. again, those three necessities: gathering data, committing crime, caching out. Dimitri had the data. They could commit the crime. They could not put cash in pocket. So we were running counterfeit library. One day I get this message. Well, not message. One day, script shows up. They posts just on the general form. It goes, hey, I've got credit card data. Give me an address. Give me a burner phone number. Wait 5 business days. Whatever. We had never seen anything like that. We were a PayPal fraud and eBay fraud site. So then, and we had, I guess we had 2,000 to 3,000 members. So the response from the members was, that can't be real. It's got to be law enforcement. It's got to be what? Let me backtrack a little bit. So the driver's license that I got, Beelzebub had an iPad. He wanted to do is he wanted to sell driver's license. Mr. X wanted to sell Social Security cards. He got a very fast for Social Security card. Me, I had no skill, and I knew PayPal fraud. So Beelzebub was like, I tell you what, you be the recruiter. That way you get every product or service that comes in. I'll have to send it to you or let you have access to it. You can run the entire game. And because you're not selling anything, it gives you legitimacy on reviews. Right? So I started out as a reviewer. The only reviewer came from the library. So over the next year, Beelzebub turns out he was a clockwork. He goes back. He wasn't making shit selling driver's licenses. Mr. X, about a year and a half in, he gets arrested, cashing out driver's credit cards, cashing out to casinos, doing some shit like that. So I'm the only guy left standing, and I'm at the top of the heap. So, and it becomes this thing where if I review somebody, they make a lot of money. If I don't, you don't do business. So script shows up, saying he's got this. I'm the only reviewer on the site. People think he's law enforcement. First week it goes like that. After a while, I think I got to do something. And I'm scared because I'm like, he may be law enforcement. So I get up on ICQ and I'm like, hey, you have to be reviewed. He's like, what the heck is that? So I tell him what it is. He's like, you review. It's like, yeah, that's the idea. So give him the drop address, give him the corner phone number, wait 5 business days, and I try to hit death for $5,000. We were fails. I get back on ICQ. Hey man, we did. He's like, give me one more chance. I was like, look, I'll give you one more chance. It's your ass. He's like, one more chance. I go, okay, give him another address, another phone number, wait another 5 business days. Hit Thompson's computer warehouse for $4,000. Yeah, for $5,000. It goes through the price. I posted that review on Counterfeit Library. And literally overnight, we turned from an eBay PayPal fraud site to a credit theft site. And that becomes a lot of money, really quickly. Remember, so we were doing that. Now it's called CMP, card not present fraud. So you use hidden online purchase. Back then, a fairly experienced fraudster could probably earn $30,000. Just buying laptops, what have you, and cashing out, put them on eBay for sale, something like that. 30 or 50 was the profit. Script had a lot of buddies. We had people like Robin Vega, these other guys that would sell not just credit card data, but counterfeit physical credit cards as well. We had
And counterfeit, not stolen.
honestly,
That must be tough to do.
so the connection
It must be harder than
was crazy.
driver's
It's crazy. So back to what Ola initially had, and I became the United States salesperson. But what he had was he was the first dumpster provider. So on the back of your credit or debit card, there's the magnetic stripe. 3 data tracks on the stripe. The first data track is the customer's name. Second data track is the card number / 16-digit algorithm inside. It's important to get back to that in a few minutes. Third data track is about any script data no one uses it. Right? So what's bought and sold is the second data track. And the reason that's sold is when you go into a shop, you insert the card or you swipe the card, the only information that's sent out for verification is the second data track. And that goes to the processor bank for verification. The first data track, the customer's name, shows up on the screen at the cashier in front of you. So what typically happens is you buy 10 of these dumps, you get 10 counterfeit cards, and code track 2 on all 10 cards, one, you create one fake driver's license. Track one is just a name. You go to the shop, swipe the card, track two, send off the verification. Track one shows up on the screen from the cashier. You ever ask for ID? You put a fake ID. Everyone's nice, warm, fuzzy. You walk out with cameras, Rolex.
A track one could be any. It doesn't have to be connected. It's not connected.
Not connected at all. That's one of the big problems. So, Script brought a host of technical people into that type of environment, all committed credit card theft. We had proxy providers, we had all these people that were doing this stuff. We started getting a lot. And the reason that happens is, again, Script did not have the ability to cash out. So he was reduced to selling things. At the same time, the Ukrainians happened upon this thing called CVV. So what happens is, we're back to track two. Card number, /16. Got it loaded out. Code it. You can swipe the card or take it to ATM. Right? ATM. Got it loaded. Now, we were fishing data from Kevin. We were doing a lot of fishing. A lot. We were getting pins, we were getting card numbers, but you can't get that out. So Ukrainians started testing stuff. What they found out was no bank had implemented hash on track two. So you take the card number / any 16 digits, you would encode it. The ATM through cash out, which would be PIN, right? Started doing that.
Wait. Sorry, I'm trying to understand. So that means there's no. Are they generating random numbers? Or do they have numbers for track two?
No numbers committed at all, as long as just the track two was complete track two.
There's a valid track two. It doesn't have. So the PIN is the thing that gets you.
So back then, right? Back then, what we're talking about is you needed, typically today, you need a whole track two. You need a valid track two. You need the 16-digit card number, / and then everything that back then, none of the banks had implemented an algorithm. So while the algorithm was there, you didn't need it to encode. Interesting.
So you can make a lot of money with physical
So right that credit cards, or not present card, but I told you it was $30,000 to $40,000. That turned into $30,000 to $40,000 a day. Ukrainians, again, they can't cash it out. But you've got all the data on the planet, they can't cash it out. It's three necessities of salary. So the deal became, you have to rely on the Americans. Tell you what, we'll give you 50%. So you have all these cashiers that were 30% of $40,000 a day. You don't get that. All right. Send the rest of it over to Western Union or what have you to your Ukrainian contact. That's before cryptocurrency came into play. And you have a couple of forerunners with Eco, with Liberty Reserve, things like that. But back then, it starts out with Western Union, then it becomes prepaid cards, sending track information over, loading the card up like that, and finally you get to Eco and Liberty Reserve. Today it's with crypto. That's started stealing that. And that got law enforcement. So we started to see, this is crazy. We started to see IPs coming out from law enforcement. Because back then they didn't know how to shake your identity either. So you saw Secret Service, you saw DOD, you saw all these like, you're like, that's interesting. At the same time, we had, it was called a hack, but it wasn't a hack. We had a guy that worked at T-Mobile in Los Angeles. This is the same guy that back then published Paris Hilton's contractors. It made a lot of news. Not only did he do that, but it turned out that the Los Angeles Secret Service agency was using T-Mobile phones. So he's getting text messages of the Secret Service investigating shadow group. He posts those damn things in shadow group. So I'm sitting there, pedophile. I'm sitting there going, this is not going to end. This is not going to end. So at the same time, I had access started out with access to the Indiana State Sex Club. I was using that to create bank accounts and money out and stuff like that. They shut that down. The next database I had access to was the Texas driver's license database, and started using that to create fake driver's licenses if I had to. And then finally, we happened upon the county database. Complete information, mothers made, social, DOBs, all that. It's like, gotta be a use for that. Well, you can use it to create identities. My idea was, I wondered if you could take somebody that's died and then file for Social Security death benefit, not death benefits, but Social Security benefits, which you can get that in your current paycheck. So that takes a lot of research to start seeing if you can do that. How does the federal government do federal indexes, reference state indexes, and all these questions that pop up? Well, it turns out federal indexes don't reference state indexes. That's all. It also turns out the only way the federal government usually did it is prior to 1998, the family had to file a Social Security death benefit for that person. Right? Prior to 98, most people right. Prior to 98, it took the family. After 98, the hospital can do it, funeral home can do it, everything can do it. So a lot more people have it filed after if they've died. But it's still, there's a lot of people there. Because that death benefit's only like $200,000. But they think about it. So I started to apply for Social Security benefits. Nope, numbers dormant. So they want you to come in for a physical interview. Here I am, 32. I'm not going to pass this at 65. So, yeah. So the next idea was, what if I turns out you can all day long. So I started doing that. And I started to steal that. Once I got ramped up, as you test it, with your test to make sure you got to figure out what the deposit instrument is. You get all that lined out. I started to steal $160,000 a week, every week for 10 months out of the year. By classes. By finding fake, by police records. So you find a business, and the way the system worked is the IRS would issue a refund before they were able to verify that. Still works like that today. So, and you keep it in mind for low, you can $30,000. Now, for very low, you still have to touch the scale because it's I got to go, and I was managing. Later on, a couple of buddies with well, you have to go do the banks. There's no code involved. I file a return once every 6 months. Work 10 hours a day, 3 days a week. So clicking up, start typing fast, click one return every 6 months. That's changing IP. That's changing different things. Return every 6 months. For 3 days a week. Fourth day, I would take a road trip, fly out back of 18 hours. And for the next 2 days, cash out, bank come back home, rinse and repeat. Turns out that a backpack, but a backpack will hold $150,000 of toys. This is what it will hold. So I put $150K in toys in the backpack. I had a spare bed. I come in, toss the backpack in the bedroom. It's very, very good information. Back to the room. First, we started with a volume of cold to raise the economy. About $150,000. One second. Multiply that by 500. I like this. This is each 3 ways is a grand. Each 20 ways a grand. So it's actually go by weight, which is what federal authorities do. In a pallet of gas each weight. It's just this way. So 150K is 7.5 keys of cash. That's pretty right? Yeah. If you get a big backpack, go do that. One to take I like it. So, this is great. So wait, what does that mean? So what happens is, I didn't have a lot of money. And I said, throw cash in the spare bedroom. One day you're going to put the bedroom in your money. Got to do something with those backpacks. And that's when you start learning how to recover money. Cash-based businesses, things like that. I had a production company, I had a couple of retailing companies, food trucks. things like that in trucks.
Actually, can you pause on that to take a tangent there? How does money laundering work? I mean, at that time, what year is
This is a time of tax return schemes go into play. We're talking 2002, 2003 is for tax returns.
so what at that time and what you're aware of now, how it evolved? How does money laundering work?
You know, it's not that much different. It's really not. You get a cash-based business, start laundering money, putting money through the ACM transactions are illegal. You start depositing into bank accounts. From bank accounts, my thing is have bank accounts in the United States, Mexico, Canada, and then finally bounce over to Estonia. There's a final destination. So the idea is to try to move them to so many places that by the end of the day, it's legal and traceable, if you will, which you know. But so cash-based businesses.
So when you say, sorry to interrupt, the cash-based businesses, you have money that needs to be moved to other people. So how does that work? What's the business?
If it's
Providing a service, you give money.
right, so you do the Ozark thing if you want to do that. So you can gamble, cash out some of the things over trips to whatever percentage you've got. You've got your production company and your detail company. So how many cars you clean a day? How many companies have you got to do that? Right? Whatever that company is, it's got to be cash based. Somebody's paying you in cash. Is what you're doing. You have to have enough of those cash based businesses where it doesn't look funny. Right? Because if you're a detail company making $100,000 a month, that's a problem. Yeah. Okay. So then you start depositing into it. Well, because of the Patriot Act, they said a suspicious activity report, SARS, came in at $25,000 instead of the 10K that it used to be. So all of a sudden you've got multiple bank accounts that you've got to set up. Fortunately, what you also have is you have a bunch of prepaid debit cards at the same time. So a combination of bank accounts, prepaid debits that have ACH abilities attached to those as well, start running all together. And once it's out in the United States, you don't have to worry as much. You can start funneling that into fewer bank accounts until finally you've got the one main account that's over at the Tico and the Stone.
So like a bunch of pops that they
Give you an idea, I was arrested February 8th, 2005. My last seizure was 2010. After I seized it. They got it. It took them that long to get to it.
So how do stories like this script that come to play here where he had someone who owed him money, kidnapped and tortured? So when does it turn darker?
It turns darker. Script was a kid that he was stealing enough money that he was able to buy whatever state he wanted to. And he would brag about toward the countryside. And if he saw property that he liked, he would buy it. And that was not just a brag, he was doing it. So this kid is stealing a lot of money. At the same time, he's got connections politically because of his family. He's got connections, and that family's got connections with him for mom. All right? So he's got these inroads with people looking out. He's still a lot of money at the same time. Somebody doesn't pay him. I'm decent amount of money. Somebody doesn't pay him. And we have never, with Shadow Crew, with Carter Planet, with Counterfeit Library, we were basically all right, we were just the fraudsters, the social engineers. We had never really considered the rules that I had in play were, hey, we don't do child pornography, we don't do counterfeit currency, we don't do drugs. And the only thing we ended up paying was the child pornography, except for the next step we wanted to go. Script sublimates the guy. He comes online on Shadow Crew that week, and he posts these pictures. It was a detailed narrative through the pictures. Had the guy that ran to the van, you had the door open, ran to the van, had the guy tied up, had the guy being tortured, and the response was, this is what happens when you steal from me. And that's the first time that violence came into play at that point. That's when this guy, you start realizing that's really serious. How do they make you feel? The first response is, yeah, he's just he's just stupid. He's one of the best. Then you're like, no, that's real. That's real. And,
Were you afraid in your own heart that you might descend to that too? Like if you see that, or was it pretty clear to you that that's a line that some people can cross and some can't? You're not one of those.
I got to tell you, I joke with my wife. The joke I tell you know, if I do something bad, I had 8,000 people. I might be persuaded to ask for access to she's like, how? And I was like, no, hammer and toes. Yes. Hammer and go. I say that as a joke, but there's that line where you're like, I remember who I used to be. And if you're looking at that kind of money, I might be persuaded to do that. That's and I think that's what strips this show is everything's there's violence must be gradual and then always you get used to what's going on. And you figure you take somebody like Rothschild, the civil war. Ross was not a cop. He was, and at that point he was sold 24 million a day. He was the only game in town. And that 24 now is 22 billion, something like that. But he got him danger. Like, this guy was going to turn him in. He was black. And so Ross thinks he hires a couple of hitmen to kill him. So it becomes that thing. I saw that over and over again. I'd like to say I wasn't out there, but given the same circumstances, I would have probably done the same thing.
And also, when you're not just about money, there's a lot of other forces. Like if you're threatened for your well-being, for your wealth, for your power, all of us all have a different motivation.
Plus, that online aspect of these communities out there, you're the head guy. You really feel like you're ahead of these guys. So somebody's starting to threaten them, it's like,
So what do you make of Silkos? The Shadow Crew started something with today you can call darknet and darknet markets. These markets that operate that trade things, everything from child pornography to drugs to what else? What are the dark things that humans want to do that they don't want anyone to know about? All of those things. So can you maybe tell me, what, let's just even step back. What is the dark net? How big is it? So what happens there?
let's backtrack a little bit. What Shadow Crew did, other than dealing in all these stolen things, what Shadow Crew did that's really important. Remember those three necessities. But the important thing is it established trust with victims. Because that's a necessity. You have to be able to trust who you're dealing with, because you have to deal with it. You have to, right? So how do you know you're not dealing with a cop? How do you know you're dealing with somebody that's skilled? How do you know you're going to deal with somebody that's not going to be but be able to trust that individual. The Shadow Crew provided that trust programs. We had that communication channel with forums where you could record conversations weeks, months old, take a call, record these conversations. You have vouching systems, review systems, escrow systems like that. So you could do by looking at someone's screen name, but you could trust the individual, network with the individual. That community of just humans provided that backbone of trust. And that's really interesting if you think about it. You have the trust that was there, but you also have this almost this instantaneous information that was available about the community, about cybercrime at large. That's still in play today. So when that was the way things were until a couple of things happened. And one was cryptocurrency. The other one was the Tor the dark web. And I was working with the Secret Service, working the Secret Service on. when Tor comes into play. So we got to handle it. It was talking about the Tor browser. And it was like, we really need to be careful because this is going to be a problem. And so we all fired up the Tor browser. And it turns out this was 2005, early 6. Turns out it was completely useless. People use it simply because it was useful. It was extremely slow. So if people don't know, Tor browser is a way to be completely anonymous as long as you properly know how to use it. Use document. So developed by the United States Navy, and they developed it. Oh yeah, it wasn't the hackers. It was U.S. Navy. To this day, the number 104